Is Thursday, April 3rd, and it is day one of 4 days of lifting that will be comprising the 2025 USAPL Collegiate National Championships. Right now, we are looking at the start of session 2 of these national championships, where all the nation's best collegiate lifters have all gathered together to contend for individual and team glory. We'll have to wait and see who will come out on top in the end of it all. And my name is Tia, and I'm so excited to be your commentator here. I am here today with...
I'm here with Julian. Just got done spotting and loading, and then we hopped in the booth right here. So
yes. And so in this first session, you'll see right away we have athletes walking out to loaded bars and starting lifting. And this session will feature women's athletes from the raw 56 and 60 kilos and the women's equipped 60 kilo category as well.
Rebecca here with her first squat on platform form, 87.5 keys, and the judges. A little slow on the lights there, but we also have Sophia on platform 3 taking 90 keys for her first attempt. Good attempt.
And I'm going to guess that both of those were good lifts.
And yeah, we have 3 whites on the platform 3.
So it's always good to start out the session with some good white lighted lifts. So the lifters will have 3 attempts each for each of the 3 lifts in the squat, the bench, and the deadlift in that order. And at the end of the day, their final total with their best lift from each of the 3 is combined for their overall individual placement. And the basis of their overall individual placement determines how many points they will receive for the team standings, which is also at stake and will be awarded finally after the last session on Sunday.
Yeah, so every lifter matter here is through every single day, every single session. You know, everybody's fighting to get points for their team, so.
And it looks like we're going to have Elizabeth with her opener of 92.5. That is just over the 200-pound mark. And that should be a good lift as well. Clear depth.
Platform 4 here. It seems there's going to be a little... It still shows Rebecca on platform 4.
Yeah, it looks like we're struggling a little bit with the graphics to get us started off, but on platform 4, that would be Vivian.
We got Rochelle here on platform 3, taking 95 keys for her first attempt on squat. Representing Texas Tech. Nice step there. Good first attempt for Rochelle. 3 white lights.
And she's going to be followed by Caitlin Varney from George Mason University, who is also doing 95.
They're still working on an issue on platform 4 here, but on platform 3 we have Caitlin with 95 keys. Nice first attempt for Caitlin.
Yeah, moved fast.
With no knee sleeves too. Should add that there.
Yeah. So in the raw category, the women and men obviously both have the option to wear knee sleeves or not, up to the lifter. Most lifters will wear knee sleeves. It's pretty rare on the national stage to see those lifters without knee sleeves, because these are all experienced and well-trained lifters.
Yeah.
And then in the equipped category, they'll wear their knee wraps.
There is also an option for equipped lifters to go raw, which it is pretty rare, but you know, you do see it out there sometimes. People will just come out in a singlet and knee sleeves compared to their other competitors with the full squat suit, knee wraps, bench shirt, stuff like that. Alexis here, platform 3 with 97.5 keys on her back. Good first attempt.
And then we got Kylie walking up for her first lift of the day at that 92.5 kilo mark as well. Getting ready and getting set, gonna unrack it and wait for that squat command.
Kylie with a fast opening attempt. We have Carly here on platform 3 about to take 102.5 for her first opening attempt on squat, representing the University of Texas at Dallas.
And then right next to her, it looks like they're loading the bar with 97.5, which will await Olivia Thatch from the University of Toledo. Let's see, we've gotten some nice good openers in here, so
yeah,
we'd
everybody
like to see
seems
that.
to be hitting so far. It's always good to hit your opener, you know, get a little clarity for the rest of your attempts.
Yeah, across all 4 platforms, we've only had the 1 miss so far.
Olivia and Carla, good first attempts. 1 red on the left side, looks like for red for but depth, I believe.
Yeah, red card would be for depth. So you're going to have the 3 different colored cards for the infractions for each of the 3 lifts, and on each of the 3 lifts, each of the colors represents something that the lifter did objectively wrong in the judge's eyes. On squat, the red card is going to be depth. The blue card is going to be failure to lock knees at the completion of the lift or downward motion during the lift. And then the yellow is movement of the feet during the lift, failure to observe the signals, or an obvious failure to complete the lift. And so the signals on squat, you just get the squat and the rack command, and you have to wait for that head judge to give you those. The side judges will also give those, but the lifter is looking to the head judge's commands.
Kaylee with a very fast opening attempt here on platform 4 with 97.5 keys. 2-1. Front judge called depth there.
Yes. But the side judges have the better view, and they both agreed that it's good, so it's a good lift.
It's always good to get those 3 wides, though, you know, leave the jury out of it.
Yeah, and you brought up the jury. The jury can be used if you want to overturn a decision that was made by the judge. Maybe you got a bad lift called, and you think you deserve to have a good lift. The center and left judge, for example, maybe called you for depth, but you thought you got low enough, you can take it up to the jury, and they can overturn it. It is pretty rare for the jury to overturn it because the jury is made up of judges that are trained just the same as all the national judges that are on the side and the head reffing on the actual platforms. But you do see it. You saw it in the earlier platform.
Yeah. I mean, it is a little tricky with the jury. You know, I believe you have to pay $20, I believe, to review a call.
So if a lift was 2-1, you can review it for free. If a lift was 3-0, you have to pay to have it evaluated. And that's just so people aren't bothering the jury nonstop. The 2-1 is still free because that's a valid question. Is if the judges disagree, you probably have a right to question it as well.
Exactly.
And then we talked about in session 1, you actually can challenge other people's lifts this year.
Yeah, that is an interesting fact that one of the things that I did not know about until recently, which is pretty interesting. It makes the competition, you know, just a little bit more enticing.
Yes, that's actually a new rule. They just added it in the addendum to the rule book this year. Yeah. So, and in my opinion, it's a fair play, but it's not something I would do. Yeah,
I know. I think it's just one of those things where you just kind of have to focus on yourself. You know, I feel like if you're too busy worrying about the other lifters to that extent, you know, I just don't see the point in using it, but that's just my personal opinion.
Focused on the other lifters, you're not focused on your lifts.
Yeah,
and the reason why you would need to challenge somebody else is if you messed up yours, essentially. So if you just focus on yourself and kind of get yours in, you should be good.
Yeah.
On platform 2, we're going to have Chloe coming out here from Concordia and see if she can get this 105 marked in the books for her opener.
And on platform 4, we have Estelle for 102.5 keys for her opener, representing the University of Houston. Nice depth there on platform 3. Let's see what the judges say. 3 wides.
Yeah, she made it look easy. She convinced them.
Good fast opening squat for Estelle there.
Same. I think it looks smooth.
Smooth. You know, a lot of times you'll see these lifters take a pretty light opener, you know, just to make sure that, you know, they do get on the board there and open it pretty fast and just get some confidence there to go out for their second and third attempts here.
Yeah, and then on platform 3, we have just now, this is our first lift 2 for these lifters, so we have moved back to that top of the flight, and everybody will be on their second attempts now.
5 key jump for Elizabeth here for her second attempt with 97.5 on her back.
And she has to fight through it, but she does get that up very well.
Good attempt there.
It's a clean lift.
3 white lights for Elizabeth there.
We're going to have Caitlin on 3 and Karen on 4 with 100 and 105 respectively. Karen trying to get her opener in, and Caitlin taking that 5-kilo jump.
Good attempt there from Caitlin. The judges say 3 white lights. We also have Karen here with 105, which also looked very good for an opener.
Yeah. A lot of the athletes will kind of pick like that easier weight for their opener just to be sure to get something in the book.
Yeah.
We did have a couple athletes earlier that unfortunately were unable to record a squat or a bench, and that is definitely something you don't want to happen as a powerlifter. So even if you have to kind of put your ego aside a little bit and put that opener a little bit lower just to be sure, just to get that total for your team points, it's a really important thing to do.
And lifters also have the option of, you know, a couple minutes or about 10 minutes before their openers to change the opener, you know, just in case, you know, if in the warm-up room they're not feeling the best and they want to bump down to openers just to make sure that they do get on the board.
Yeah, often coaches will plan openers for and attempt selections for athletes a couple weeks ahead of time, and so they might not know, are they going to feel sick on that day, or are they going to be tired or get hurt in warm-up or anything. So they do have that option to change it at the last second before the flight starts.
Mm-hmm. It's just one of the things where trusting your handler, trusting your body, you know, going into this national meet.
Yeah, so we were talking about the thing that we're missing your opener. Looks like Hanvi is going to come out and try the same weight again after missing her opener at that 102.5. I expect she'll be able to get it because it was her opener, so it should be a pretty easy weight for her.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just might miss that first squat just because of nerves.
Yeah, you know, this is the highest level of a competition for collegiate athletes, so there can be a lot of nerves going into this meet.
How do you prepare for that?
Like to compete at the national stage?
Yeah, and just like dealing with that nerves and that pressure of being at a national meet versus like a local meet.
Yeah, so I mean, I try to take everything, you know, I try not to think of it any different from other meets that I have done before. You know, the lights are very bright here, so, you know, I just try to keep everything the same, you know, try not to do anything new on national meet day, you know, just, you know, I just like to go through the motions, you know, just warm up, you know, drink my water, you know, electrolytes, you know, just keep everything the same that, you know, that I've done before in previous meets.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing for a lot of powerlifters is just consistency, keeping everything the same. A lot of times they'll like to do the same walkout, or they'll do the same pre-lift routine, or the same like wiggle on the bar just to get in that exact same spot and that exact same stance, and you don't want to change that when you go into the competition.
Yeah, and then you do see a lot of nuances in form here, you know. Every lifter does their own little thing, you know, to like get under the bar, groove into the bar. So that's one of the interesting things that you'll see here, that everybody else is different come meet day, and how their squat forms are various from their competition. Rochelle here, no lift on platform 3, death call on the side.
So then up next we're going to have Emily on 4 with a 112.5 attempt for her opener.
And then we're going to have Alexis as well come with 105 for her second. Emily with the fast squat opener there. Representing Texas A&M University with 3 white lights. Let's see what the judges say on platform 3. 3 whites for Alexis.
Making her Dartmouth College teammates proud.
There you go. Next we got Rebecca on platform 4, taking 92.5 keys for her second attempt, representing Princeton.
Yes, and this is the start of all the second attempts. She's our first person to make that second attempt on platform 4.
Yeah. We also have Carla here on platform 3, representing the University of Texas at Dallas with 112.5 keys. Fast squat for Rebecca on platform 4. No lift though, as the judges call it, for depth on all 3 sides.
Carla has to fight a little bit, but it keeps moving smoothly, and she gets it back up for 3 white lights.
Vivian here on platform 4 is gonna be awaiting 97.5 keys for her second attempt on squat.
And 112.5 is going to be loaded on the bar for Lauren from Rochester Institute of Technology.
Another interesting thing here you're going to see is that these combo racks can also go in and out. So, if a lifter prefers, to have the, the sides in or out, that's one of the things you're going to see here, the spotters moving it back and forth.
Yeah, and so the reasons for that is really just up to lifter preference, whatever's most comfortable for them. When we get later in the weekend, you'll see some of the guys, when they do the racks in position, will put their hands outside of the racks.
Yeah.
For a lot of these smaller girls, it's more of just what they're comfortable with, what they're used to training on.
Yeah. And a lot of times you'll see like equip lifters too. They'll take the sides in because, the walkout can be unsteady, so it's easier to have those in, to avoid, hitting the rack on your walkout. Good lift for Lauren on platform 3. We have Olivia here on platform 4, about to take 105 kilos for her second attempt. Good depth there. Nice lift for Olivia on platform 4. The judges all unanimously agreed 3 whites there.
Yeah, and she looked relieved to kind of just get some of the second squat in and get 3 white lights there. I'm sure that's going to make a big difference for her total at the end of the day, so good to see. Chloe on 1 with 112.5, making that 7.5 kilo jump.
Pretty smooth there. See what the judges say. 2-to-1 depth call on platform 3. Got Sarah here with 105 keys.
And a lot of those depth calls that you will see will be 2-to-1 with both outside judges giving that red light because they're the ones that have the best view of the depth. So sometimes that front judge will just give the lifter a little bit of the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah.
It looked close to me, though. I don't think she was super far off.
I personally thought she hit depth, but, these national level judges have the better view out there.
Yeah, they've seen a couple more lifts than we have.
Elizabeth here with her third attempt, 102.5 keys.
And Kaylee on her second at 105.
Big grind on platform 3, Elizabeth. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Elizabeth.
It always feels good when you have to kind of fight for that lift and you're rewarded with those white lights.
Because a lot of times these lifters will put a third attempt that, moves a little faster, so it's good to have a good grind on third to make sure that you got everything out there.
Yeah, a lot of those third attempts are going to be PRs or near PRs, so.
Samantha here with a big grind on platform 2 with 130 kilos. 3 white lights.
And Rylan stepping up to that 92.5, just over that 200-pound mark on platform 1.
Faith here awaiting 130 keys to be loaded on the bar, representing Texas A&M University. Good lift on platform 3 for Caitlin, 105 keys. She gets 3 whites.
Solid for Kylie on 4 with that 105 and 3 white lights for her as well. Session is starting off with a couple more successful lifts than that last session did, so it's always good to see that. Sometimes failure or good lifts can be a little bit contagious.
Yeah.
Sometimes if the person right before you goes and you watch them fail, you might kind of get in your head a little bit, fail too, but if that person goes before you and makes stuff look easy, it could be rubbed off on you.
Yeah. Julia here on platform 2 taking 132.5 keys for her second squat.
Anastasia over here on 4 with that 107.5 for her second attempt on squat.
Good lift for Julia.
She kind of matches the spotters with that black and green A7 duo. Shout out to them because they're our primary sponsor for the event.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of these lifters take, me personally as well, I love the A7 singlets. They come in various colorways, and I just think that right now they're one of the best singlets in the game right now.
Got Maddie trying to get a second attempt on 2 after missing her opener at that 137. That's the 300-pound mark.
Yeah. We also have Della here on platform 1, taking 95 keys for her second squat.
And Rochelle, despite missing her second attempt, has elected to move up to 110. So she's taking a little bit of a risk here, probably trying to tack on those extra kilos for that final total. So we'll see if she can make it.
Good. Rochelle here, 3 white lights, 110 keys.
And Chloe up next, taking another attempt at that 112.5. She missed on that last one on depth. So she just got to get an inch or two lower this time, and it should be a good lift because it looked strong last time.
Yeah. We also have Sydney here on platform 2, taking 117.5 keys, 5-key jump for her second attempt. We also have Sabrina here on platform 1, taking a 5-key jump to 95 keys for her second attempt on squat.
And Daphne's going to walk up to a bar loaded with 110 kilos on 4.
There you go. No lift on platform 2. All judges agree that that wasn't depth. Sabrina here on platform 1, no lift.
Chloe with the 2-step walkout on the 112.5.
Yeah, so one of the things you're going to see here is a lot of lifters have various stances, you know. So Chloe had one of a narrow stance, so that's one of the things you'll also see, and you'll also see some lifters come a little wider.
And that narrow stance is actually a lot more common with specifically like the lighter weight women.
Yeah.
They just have a little bit more flexibility to get depth at that narrow stance versus some of our more heavier weight lifters, and some of the men may not have the flexibility to be able to do that. It really is up to the lifter's preferences, what their stance is, because their feet can be anywhere, any direction. They can be wide, they can be close, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
A lot of people will like to use something in the middle.
Yeah. I personally like a more narrow stance. I don't know how you prefer your squat stances.
For me, I think I'm more one of the more middle people. A lot of the times, though, you will note that people who have a narrow stance also have a really close grip.
Yeah.
They'll grip close to their shoulders, which can be hard on their wrists. So you'll note that some of the athletes will come out wearing wrist wraps on squat. It's just so that the bar puts less pressure on their wrist. Doesn't add any kilos or anything to the total. It's
just more preference.
Helps the lifter stay safe and healthy.
Sophia with the all-white 8-7 gear here, taking 125 keys for her third attempt, representing the University of Oregon. Good grind from Sophia there. Let's see what the judges say. Unfortunately, it is a no lift, 2-1 there. The middle judge and the right side judge don't agree that that was a clean squat. Alexis here on platform 3, taking 115 keys for her third attempt.
She fights.
Fights.
It
Good
keeps
grind
going.
there. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites for Alexis.
Well deserved. Well earned.
Deserved.
And Karen, unfortunately, just gives that little shake of the head and receives that spotter assistance. That will be a no lift for her, but she did get her first attempt in, so we'll see what she does next.
Erin here from platform 2. No lift for Erin there.
Carla coming up on platform 3. She does have those heeled squat shoes on, which a lot of lifters will elect to use. The heeled squat position can just help you get that little bit of extra depth that you might need to get the judges to give you a white light versus a red, but it's totally up to the lifter if they would like to wear heeled shoes or not.
Yeah. You'll also see flats that are commonly called, you know, that lifters also may use here also. Lots of options when it comes to shoes and powerlifting. Maria here on platform 2, taking 130 keys again for her third squat.
And Georgie on 1, taking that 102.5. On 4, we're going to have Mackenzie from Friends University. They're one of those big teams that I think that they are expecting that maybe they can do a little bit better than they did at last year's Nationals. They brought maybe a couple more athletes and have hopes for some of them to place higher than maybe they were initially seeded, just because they've been making progress. And lately, I know they said that on their Instagram. They had a video that was like, what are you looking forward at Nationals? And they all said how our team places, versus like none of them talked about, oh, I want to hit this lift or I want to hit this lift. They all talked about that team placement, so I know it means a lot to that to them.
Which is one of the things that I personally like here for Collegiate Nationals. It's very team sport wise. You know, obviously, you know, you're going in there wanting to hit those individual PRs, but you know, everybody here is working together to provide points for their team.
Yes, and those points for the team are earned based on the final placement of the lifters in each of the categories. The first place lifter will be awarded 12 points for the team. The second place lifter is awarded 9, and so on down. The 9th place lifter is awarded 2nd, and then 10th through 25th will receive 1 point for their team. Anything after 25 will not receive a team point. So even those placements that aren't on that medal stand, trying to get into that top 25 to get those team points is critical.
Yeah.
And there are an incredible amount of teams here, so those team placement standings could come down to just 1 or 2 points. So every point matters.
Yeah, every point, every lift matters here. So.
And Rebecca's going to start off our third attempts on platform 4 with that 95. She did elect to go up even though she missed that 92.5. So as we talk about those team placements, we have only had 1 session so far, and there's going to be 11 sessions, 3 today, 3 tomorrow, 3 Saturday, and 2 on Sunday.
Yeah.
But after 1 session, we had McKendry in the lead for men.
Yeah, McKendry in the lead for men. Louisiana State, I'm sorry, for men, and McKendry for the women's. So, you know, that's one of the things that, you know, lifters and other teams will be looking out for throughout the days is, you know, see where their team's standing and see how many points they're behind the other teams.
And those team scores will be updated on scoring.usapowerlifting.com at the conclusion of each session until the end of the meet.
Elizabeth here on platform 1 taking 112.5 keys for her second attempt. And Samantha on platform 2 taking 132.5.
Vivian making 102.5 for her third, and Camille made that made that last attempt look really easy.
Good lift on platform 1.
No lift, unfortunately, 2-1 on platform 4. Those side judges called her for the depth.
Nicole here expecting 87.5 keys for her final attempt on squat here.
Jalen's got her opener at 127.5 on platform 3.
Faith here on platform 2 taking 132.5 keys. Smooth attempt for Faith. Let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights. Good lift for Nicole here with a fast third attempt. Let's see what the judges say. Good lift on platform 1 for Nicole. Maddie here from Friends to stay in the meet to take 137.5 keys.
Let's go, Maddie.
Good attempt. Let's see what the judges say.
I think that should be a good lift.
And Maddie is in the meet. So, like we talked about earlier, you know, there is, you know, the event that some people do not get an attempt on their squats, you know, which could lead to what we call bomb out.
Yeah, and you really don't want to do that because if you bomb out, you do not get a total at the end of the meet. And like those team points we talked about, if you don't get a total, you will not receive any team points.
Platform 1, we got 3 white lights, good lift. And we have platform 2, we have Alexandria taking 137.5 keys for her final attempt on squat, representing Texas State University.
With these first attempts on platform 3, we next have Lexi at 140.
Good attempt from Alexandra. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites. Julia here on platform 2 awaiting 140 keys for her third and final attempt on squat. We got an equipped lifter here on platform 3, Lexi, taking 140 keys for her opening squat. Nice first attempt. See what the judges say.
And unfortunately, on platform 4, that was a no lift for Kaylee. I think she just maybe went down a little bit too fast and kind of got stuck in that hole at the bottom and couldn't get it back up, unfortunately.
Julia on platform 2, taking 140 keys. Good grind there. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites.
And so that lift on platform 2 was that last third attempt for platform 2, and we will move to the second flight.
Karen here on platform 4, retaking 115 keys for her third attempt.
And I believe she got called on depth last time, so she just needs to get...
Depth looks good there. Let's see. Oh,
Right.
big grind.
Oh, and she gets it up.
Let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights, so that's going to be a good lift.
Yeah, and that one red light was given for up and down with that blue card, but it doesn't matter since the other 2 judges gave it a white light.
No lift here on platform 2. Platform 1, here we have Anaya taking 92.5 keys for her third attempt on squat. Nice third attempt there. We have Ashley here waiting 120 keys for her first attempt on platform 2. Good lift here on platform 3 for Daniela. Ashley here on platform 2, taking 120 keys.
Kylie fighting for that 115. Think she got it? She does. 3 white lights. Clean lift.
Platform 3 representing Blue Mountain Christian University. We have Jesslyn. Apologize if I got that wrong. Taking 150 keys for her first attempt on squat.
It's a big first attempt. So on platform 3, we do have that women's equipped. All of our women's equipped 60 kilo lifters are on platform 3 for this session. From our top 10 returning from last year, we do have 5 athletes from the top 10 returning from last year, including the 2nd and 5th place finishers, and then the 6th, 8th, and 9th place finishers as well. So we've got stacked, loaded near that top 10 for that women's equipped 60 category.
Brianna here on platform 2, taking 127.5 keys for her opening squat. 3 white lights.
Estelle on 4.
Good third attempt there. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Good lift.
Good. She should be proud of that.
Ashley here taking 160 keys for her opening squat on platform 3 here. And we have Sarah waiting 130 keys on platform 2. Della here with 97.5 keys on platform 1 for her final attempt, representing Sam Houston State University. Nice grind there on platform 1. Unfortunately, that is a no lift for depth on the sides there. Sarah with a fast opening attempt.
And then 3 white lights, well earned for Ashley on 3.
2 reds on platform 2. Anastasia taking 115 keys on platform 4. Unfortunately, could not get that.
It's all right, though. It was her 3rd attempt, so she will have to move on to the bench. But sometimes failing your 3rd squat attempt makes you more determined for that bench.
Yeah. We have Sarah here on platform 2 taking 135 keys for her opening attempt. And also on platform 1, we have Sabrina taking 97.5 keys for her final attempt. Maria here on platform 3.
And unfortunately, that was just, I think, a bad setup for her, but it was her opener, so I have no doubt she'll go out again and the next time and do it. Our next athlete up on platform 3 is Wendy Zhu, who has a little bit of an interesting story. Last year at Nationals, she finished 6th. So she just missed that medal stand. This year, based on qualifying totals, she is seeded 6th again, and I'm sure she does not want to finish 6th 2 years in a row. However, I think she will have a good shot to move up into those medals because she had a 4:15 qualifying total, and the athletes in 2nd through 5th place all had 4:17s and 4:20s. So that category, I think, is going to be a good one at the end of when we get to the final deadlifts where they're pulling for placements. I expect this category in the 60s to be close.
Yeah, so I expect Wendy to go out here and get on the podium this year.
I think so too.
Nice grind there on platform 1 for 100 keys for her 3rd attempt. Unfortunately, a no lift for depth there.
So something interesting to think about is when these athletes are taking their squat attempts and they're doing their walkouts, you'll notice that some of them take a bunch of little steps, some of them take 2 steps, and some of them are somewhat in the middle. The most efficient way to kind of do the walkout and conserve that energy is they call it the 2.5 step walkout, where you take 1 with each foot and then maybe adjust the first foot to match the second foot, and it just conserves that energy. I mean, when you're at a maximal load, sometimes the walkout can just be tiring.
Yeah, you know, and especially with these equip lifters, you're going to see maybe a couple more adjustments compared to the raw lifters. You know, it is a lot of weight on their back, so that's one of the things to look out for.
So Caitlin here, as an equipped lifter, you can see how tight her knee wraps are. They're turning her legs pink around the knee wraps, cutting off a little bit of that circulation there, but adding kilos to that total with that 2-to-1 good lift.
Yeah, so speaking of equip lifters, you know, you are able to have 2 handlers on the day. One usually is making calls, and the other one is, you know, your equipment guy. You know, a lot of these athletes will, you know, pick someone to have, you know, someone wrap them specifically for the day, crank, you know, the bench shirt, you know. There's going to be a lot of different variations for knee wraps here. 2 of the most popular ones you're going to see are golds and THP reps. So Emil here on platform 3 has Gold's knee wraps, so that's one of the things that, you know, you're going to see a bunch of different equip lifters take. Fast opening attempt for Emil here.
You see on 3 coming out from Midland is Annika. Midland's one of those teams that they brought a lot of athletes they're expecting to finish really well, and those athletes are going to be out there cheering out their teammates and helping them get that bar up just from the audience. I think the team aspect at Collegiate Nationals is just incredible because all that energy from your teammates can help you lift more than if you were just lifting by yourself.
And that's one of the good things about this meet is that you're going to hear in the background, you know, all these different schools, you know, helping cheer on their athletes, you know, to get them more motivated for their for their attempts here. We have Gino holding a "We Love Tim" sign on platform 3. Isabel here with 140 keys on platform 2. Good opening attempt. Good catch there on platform 1 by our spotters.
Shout out to the spotters for all the work they do. They work harder than some of the lifters. I mean, we were talking about it. The lifters do 9 lifts. The spotters do 9 for every lifter.
9 for every lift, you know, and so there is multiple flights that these spotters are going, you know, that they go through.
And most of the spotters will probably also be doing multiple sessions.
Yes, so if you're watching the streams multiple times, you might see a crew that you're familiar with. Anna Marie here on platform 2 with mismatching knee sleeves. You know, that's an interesting look. That's one of the first ones I've seen here today.
I have seen people that wear the mismatching knee sleeves. They are the same brand, so they probably should feel the same. But they also, sometimes maybe if they got them at a different point in time, one
Yeah.
knee sleeve might be more broken in or softer than the other.
Yeah, I always thought that was kind of interesting. You know, some lifters, like you saw there with the mismatching gear. That's one of the things too, is like whether or not one of them is more broken in than the other.
But seems to work for her. Yeah. So
Olivia here on platform 2. Olivia here with a good opening squat on platform 2 with 142.5 keys. Right around that 315-pound mark.
Now on platform 2, we do have the 3 athletes left to take their openers for this second flight. Before we start our second attempts there.
Gabrielle there with her third and final attempt on 112.5 keys, 3 white lights. You see Amanda there with the THP wraps. Good squat for her there. That is another technical thing that also goes down in the back. If you need to have a lot of trust in your handler who's wrapping you, because it could be bars loaded and one of your wraps bust. That's one of the things that goes into it. Knee wrapping is a very technical thing that a lot of lifters have different preferences on.
Got Taylor Hidkey coming out here on platform 2 from Concordia. She's going to open with 155.
Elizabeth here taking 117.5 kilos for her third attempt. Fortunately, no lift there on platform 1.
And Taylor's a good example of another one of those lifters that has that nice close squat stance.
Yeah.
And she uses it to make easy work of that opener. 3 white lights.
I'm starting to notice a pretty popular knee sleeve that's being out there, the A7s. That's one of the other things that lifters have a lot of options on. I feel like the most popular ones you're going to see here are ends or knee sleeves and part of those A7 rigor mortises.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot more Pioneer knee sleeves nowadays, too. I know I use those.
Really, yeah.
So I think they're becoming more and more popular.
Yeah. I'm personally a fan of the A7 rigor mortis. They've always done me well. Madison here on platform 2 taking 167.5 keys for her opening attempt.
And I know she's looking to hit some big numbers today. She got 3rd place last year, being named All-American also. And then this year she was the top qualifier in this weight class.
Karen here retaking 112.5 keys for her second attempt. Tyler Martin awaiting 120 keys for her opening squat on platform 4.
Pay attention to platform 2 because we did just see Madison. She is going up to 175, and I expect that if she makes that 175, her 3rd squat attempt should put her at making an American record attempt. And if I am correct, I do believe that American record is currently hers, set at the Central Collegiate Cup Series that was held at the Midland in November.
Those records can only be broken like at national levels. Jalen here with those pink knee wraps on platform 3, taking 142.5 keys for her second attempt. Fast attempt by Ava on platform 1, 102.5 keys. Nice attempt on platform 3. Judges say 3 white lights.
Manami on 4 with a 120 opener in that 56 kilo weight class.
Cassandra here taking 102.5 keys for her opening attempt, representing Indiana University. Ella here with a nice walkout on platform 3. Good grind there from Ella, representing University of Texas at Austin, 2-1 there.
And Katie on 4, she did get 9th at Nationals last year, so I think she's hoping to move up a little bit this year, get some more points for maybe Purdue.
Katie here is also a big bencher with a bench pro card that I'm sure that she's going to be trying to show, that she's going to be showing that she has a big bench here today.
Yes. And there are certain lifts that different athletes will be like specialists, quote unquote, for, and a lot of times that's more common with bench or deadlift, is that somebody might be a bench specialist or a deadlift specialist, and that doesn't mean that they don't do the other lifts. It just means that they're particularly fabulous at bench or deadlift, whatever their respective specialty is. And it really is something special to watch those lifters who just excel at one particular lift do that lift. Little spotter dance on platform 4. Having fun out there.
I do like that green and black combo that A7 has provided for them. Sarah here bumping 10 keys from her opener to stay in the meet here.
Yeah, it's a big jump after missing that opening lift.
Yeah, usually athletes will take, a jump anyway, regardless of, not getting a lift, just because, it could have just moved really fast and it was just a slight technical issue.
Yeah, maybe missed a command or something as well.
And it pays off here, so Sarah is on the board.
Yeah, and she'll get to go up even more for her third.
Anna Marie retaking 140 keys here on platform 2. A re-rack here on platform 3.
And lifters do have that option to re-rack. They can re-rack on their own before they've received the command, or sometimes the judge will tell them to re-rack as well. Judges will give re-rack commands for reasons of safety, or if the lifter maybe doesn't have their knees locked out before the start of the lift, they'll tell them that so that they can start their lift as a good lift instead of starting from failure. And you'll note there that she re-racked it twice and just kind of ran out of time to try it a third time. Each athlete does have a 1-minute clock for each lift once the bar is loaded, and they have that whole 1 minute to get that start command, and if they do not get that start command, they time out and the lift is counted as a no lift. And we're gonna have Kenzie on 4 opening with 130.
Grooving into the bar hard there on platform 3. Daniela taking 155 keys for her second attempt.
Good first lift for Kenzie with those 3 white lights. Jay get ahead for Daniela and just calls in the spotter assistance there, but she'll get to try it again on her third attempt. It's always interesting to see the athletes that miss their second attempts, because the first attempt should be an easy weight, second attempt should be a weight that you can hit. You should be able to hit your second attempt. So sometimes when they miss that second attempt, it's fun to see them trying to come back and fight and get that lift that they probably should have made. Want to talk through your strategy for some of your attempt selection if you were going to go out there and compete a full meet as you would healthy?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things I like to, each lifter has preference here. Like, you're going to see some lifters take only 5 key jumps. You're going to see other lifters take 12.5. That's one of the things that is more of a strategy per se, and just depending on how you do well. One of the things that I do is that on squat, I like to take, a decent sized jump. I don't like to do too little jumps. And another thing too is in the warm-up room that, how you take your warm-ups, timing your attempts out, That's just one of the things that I look forward to. And then, like, on bench, I'll only max myself out like 10 keys personally.
The biggest jump I've ever made on bench was a 7.5.
Really? Yeah, I mean, I kind of capped myself out at like that 10 key mark. Especially on bench, you're going to see, not many big jumps, but you will see some athletes take huge jumps, from their second to third on benches.
Yeah. You're definitely going to see bigger jumps on the squat and the deadlift as they make these attempts. A lot of times people will take maybe a big jump from their opener and then a smaller jump for their third lift, or on deadlift maybe that might be the opposite. They might play it a little bit conservative and secure a placement on their second lift and then go for broke on the third to get their ultimate goal.
Yeah, and it's just also another thing too, you know, depending on how those previous attempts move, you know. If your opener moves a little slower than you would have liked, you know, a lot of times handlers have different options, like of attempts. You know, there's conservative attempts, you know, your game plan attempts, and then if an attempt moves really fast, you know, sometimes they'll just, you know, add a couple more keys.
Yeah. And I think a lot of times coaches and lifters fight a little bit about that, because I think the lifters are always like, add more, because they want to put up the biggest weight possible, and the coach is thinking, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a little ego there when it comes to attempt selection. You know, your coach might want to open you really light, you know, but you think you could open a little heavier. You know, that's just one of the things that, you know, these athletes communicate with their coaches and handlers about before getting to this level of the meet.
Yeah. On platform 4, we're going to see our first lift from Jessica Haggerty, competing for Midland. I know she's originally from Wisconsin, and I believe she does have a junior or a youth world title from a couple years ago to her name.
That is a nice accolade to have.
Her? And she moves that weight very fast.
Ashley here on platform 3 will get 3 whites.
2-1 on that for her. Good lift. So our top seed gets her first lift recorded and in the books, and she's good to go on the mark for the day.
You know, before the meet, you know, on the USAPL website, athletes are able to see where they're forecasted coming into the meet. So that's one of the interesting things that are, you know, that athletes can look at.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to find, but if athletes are inquisitive enough and can dig hard enough, they can go on and find the roster for all of Collegiate Nationals and sort through the weight class and see what qualifying total everybody had to come to this meet. Everybody had to have the qualifying total to show up at the meet, and that qualifying total is no piece of cake to get.
Oh, no. You know, all these lifters had to work hard, you know, a couple months. You know, a lot of these lifters, especially like freshmen, you know, they'll do a meet, you know, a couple months before this, you know, to make sure to get a qualifying total here. Another interesting thing is that since you are able to see that roster, you know, a lot of these people can go see how their opponents are doing. You know, that's one of the kind of fun thing about it is you see someone who's forecasted in first and you want to go on their Insta page or something like that, go see how they're doing. That's one of the cool things that happens around.
For sure. Powerlifters definitely, and weightlifters as well, will go and kind of look and see, hey, has my opponent what have they been doing lately? Oh, maybe they tried a 170. Let me try a 172.5 and see if I can do that, up them just a little bit if you're close to that top placement.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of like mind games almost. You know, some lifters won't even post their lifts and just only come out and compete. You know, that's I see it as a strategy. You know, some lifters do show their lifts in prep and some don't.
Yeah. I think that when we're talking about going and looking at the other lifters and what they maybe have done going into the meet and what they've done in meets historically, I think sometimes it can be unsettling if you open their Instagram and all of a sudden they're hitting 20, 30 kilo PRs on everything. But sometimes it also makes you feel safe and secure going into the meet if they're just hitting the same numbers they were before.
Yeah, and there's another thing too is that, like, if they see, you know, a total that, you know, that they're scheduled ahead, but they go look, you know, these sometimes are having just a really good prep and they're putting out good numbers out there. That's another thing that goes into it.
And what can be really unsettling is you're talking about having a good prep is they might post that PR and they're like all-time PR and it looks like it was an RPE error.
Yeah.
But
another thing too is that these athletes could be a little heavier than their weight class when they hit that. So that's another thing too is like these weight cuts these athletes have to go to make weight. Some you know sit pretty light under. Some, you know, do have to make a pretty good cut, and that's another thing that plays a toll here.
Yeah, it's definitely a big factor is trying to make weight and be in that weight category. If you do happen to miss weight on the morning of your competition, you will be registered in the competition and allowed to lift as a guest lifter, which simply means that the lifter would not be eligible for any awards, but they would still get to go compete and try and put some numbers up on that national stage.
Kylie here representing UTSA on platform 4, taking 125 keys for her second attempt.
And then Taylor is going to be on 2 with 162.5. Fast moving bar there for Taylor. 2 to 1, good lift.
On platform 2, these raw collegiate girls are putting up pretty good numbers out there.
Yes, I do believe that platform 2 is all of our top seeds for that 60 kilo weight class. Yeah. So we should expect to see some of our biggest numbers for that 60 kilo class off of that platform in this flight specifically.
Yeah. Tyler Martin taking a 5-key jump from her first opener, taking 125 keys for her second. Madison here taking 175 keys for her second attempt, 385 American pounds.
Freedom units.
Freedom units, as we like to call them. Good attempt there. See what the judges say.
2 to 1, no lift, and it looks like that was just a depth call. Kind of looked like that maybe from the front. I wasn't too surprised on it, but it was close.
Yeah,
so
it was a very close lift. Could go either way.
I bet she'll go out and nail it again on the next attempt.
100%. I mean, it moved pretty fast. It moved a good amount of speed there.
You'll note here that our awesome graphics guy got you the team scoring points on the bottom for you to follow along like we talked about. Those are the results after session 1 that occurred this morning. This is session 2 currently right now of 11, so that's just the beginning, and things will change and progress as the weekend goes on, and those standings should flip a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's always good to have an early lead.
Yeah, it's always nice to have, gives you a little confidence going into the later days, later sessions. Good to see that your team's in the lead. Cassandra here taking 112.5 keys on platform 1. And Ashley taking her final attempt of 137.5 keys.
And so Madison, who I mentioned on platform 2, possibly could have tried an attempt at the American record for her third squat. After missing that second squat, did elect to stay at the same weight. So she will not be attempting that American record.
Good catch there from our spotters and loaders on platform 2. Another thing you're going to see here is low bar, or like bar positioning on, these lifters' backs. Some lifters will like to take a little bit of a lower bar on their back, or some will have a pretty high bar.
Yeah, in equipped lifting, is it 50-50 also kind of with the low bar, high bar, or is it more one or the other?
So me personally, I had an experience of when I did put the straps on, it was a little hard for me to feel the bar on my back. So I kind of elected to have it a little bit mid, to feel that little knurling in the middle. So it's all the preference of the lifter.
Gotcha.
Katie here taking 130 keys for her second attempt. No lift on platform 1, depth call.
And Annabelle has elected that 137.5 for her third attempt. Big number because that's just over that 300-pound mark. Big goal for a lot of powerlifters is to get to those rounded out numbers.
Yeah. Anna Marie about to take 140 keys to stay in the meet here. Was unable to get her first 2 attempts.
Let's hope she can get her third one.
You'll notice here on platform 1, Peyton has a more wider hand grip width on the bar. Just one of the things you'll see differently here. Anna Marie gets it up. Let's see what the judges say. Unfortunately, that is a no lift on platform 2. All depth calls there.
Got a 147 and a 135 loaded on 3 and 4 for Camille and Sophia.
Sophia electing to go up in weight regardless of not hitting her first attempt. Trinity awaiting 120 keys on platform 1 for her second attempt.
So we've seen a lot of athletes today elect to go up despite missing an attempt. Usually that just means that really what happened on the first one is they got called for depth or they missed a command, and it means that they didn't truly fail it, but they got called on a technical.
But it's always nice, you know, to get that regardless.
Yeah. So that right there was a strength one, so I don't think she will go up for her third.
Yeah. Trinity here on platform 1 with 120 keys. Big grind on platform 2. Sarah with 145 kilos. Let's see what the judges say. Good lift for Sarah.
A fight for Kenzie, but it goes up pretty smoothly on platform 4, and she gets right away 3 white lights.
Jalen here taking 7.5 key jump from her second attempt to take 150 kilos for her final squat attempt. Pretty fast third, I'd say. Judges go 2-1 on there.
Yeah, so we talked about a little bit of their determining for the team scoring right now, and they want to get as many kilos as they can on squat to kind of give themselves a lead going into that bench and deadlift where that final placing is determined.
Yeah.
We talked about the different placements are worth different numbers of points, so just as more on that details is each team can bring 12 athletes per group. So women's raw can bring 12, women's equip can bring 12 for each team, and the top 7 scores for each team will count at the end of the weekend.
Yeah. For the women's raw, you'll see that Louisiana is ahead by 18 points, followed by Davenport with 17 points and Midland University with 12 points. For the Equip men's team, you'll see that Midland is ahead by 28 points, followed by Texas A&M and UTSA tied for second there with 20 points.
Yeah, and some of these other teams maybe might not have athletes competing in the lighter weight classes. They might have more athletes competing in the heavier weight classes. So if just because a team is ahead doesn't mean that they're locked in for sure.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they'll stay there for the rest of the week that we have here.
They're making Kay wait on platform 4 to see if her lift was good or not. She was our second place qualifier, so let's see if she got that 142.5. And she did 3 white lights, so good for her.
3 white lights for Daniela here on platform 3. Caitlin here awaiting 152.5 keys for her third attempt, representing the U.S. Air Force Academy.
Something that's unique about collegiate powerlifting as far as the team competition is that it's every team across the country against every other team. There's no divisions. It's not NCAA, NAIA. It's just everybody for themselves.
Yeah. It's one of the cool things here. You know, you'll see maybe some locals, you know, some people drove, some people maybe flew, you know. That's one of the cool things about it is that, like you mentioned, you know, everyone from across the country, you know, is here at this meet.
Fight on platform 3, but unfortunately I think it was high. Yes, 3 red lights, no lift.
Wendy here to retake 160 kilos to stay in the meet here.
We would really love to see her get this 160 so she can stay in the meet and try and improve on that 6th place finish like we talked about from last year.
Jessica here taking 147.5 keys on platform 4. 325 pounds.
Makes it look easy. 2 to 1, good lift. All right, everybody give your biggest cheers and support for Wendy, trying to stay in the meet. And unfortunately just doesn't do that today. So she will have a final total of 0 regardless of what she does on bench and deadlift. However, she still will get to compete the bench and the deadlift and just try and put some numbers on the board in that area.
Isabel here from McKendree, about to take 157.5 kilos on platform 2 for her 3rd and final attempt.
Like we've been talking about, McKendree is one of those teams that's really looking to do well in the overall team placements.
Yeah.
So for that to happen, all their athletes got to kind of hit throughout the whole week.
Big grind on platform 2.
She gets it up.
Good attempt, 3 white lights.
Good for her.
Nice attempt there on platform 1. 115 kilos for Alyssa. 2 white lights. Pretty smooth walkout for Maria here on platform 3.
And unfortunately, a no lift on 4. Maria made the second half of that squat look better than the first.
Some athletes have, you know, pretty unique sticking points. You know, sometimes they'll get, you know, a little stuck in the hole or a little bit towards the lockout.
And sometimes in equipped lifting, I know that they have that little bit of support to help them get up, but they also have to fight against it to get down. So.
Yeah, that's one of those things, you know, you kind of got to play around with the weight. You know, sometimes you can't get down with a certain amount of weight. You know, it's just one of those things you kind of have to eye and fill out.
Yeah. Taylor Hedke looking at a 170 on the bar over on 2. And she made that look fast. 3 white lights for her. I know she's excited about that.
Madison about to come out to retake 175 keys on platform 2 from Midland University. Would you say that Midland University is one of the heavy hitter teams here, you know, across all divisions? And
yeah. I know last year, I believe they won 3 out of 4 of the divisions pulled out, and I think the one that they didn't win, they got second. So
yeah, it was men draw. You know, they lost to UTSA. Almost a clean sweep there.
See if she can get the depth this time. Madison on 2.
Depth looks good from the front. Let's see what the judges think.
I think that's much better than the last one.
3 white lights for Madison, 175 keys.
And with the celebration afterwards as well.
Kylie taking 130 kilos for her final attempt, 5-key jump. It's been fun to see Kylie's prep leading up to this meet.
Do you know, is this a PR for her?
I believe this matches from what she did in prep.
Okay. Love to see it.
On paper, this will be a PR, though. Nice depth there. unfortunately no lift for Kylie.
Yeah, just got a little bit crooked coming up, it looked like, and it's hard to get those lifts if one side goes up before the other, because you might get, even if you get it up, you're probably going to get called for downward motion.
Yeah.
But third attempts on squat are just kind of a hit or miss since they're such high weights and, like we said, close to or matching a PR.
Yeah. Sometimes you'll see here lifters take PR for their second attempt, you know, so it leads to a pretty unique call on the third.
Yeah.
Katie here taking 2.5 keys from her second attempt.
Annika with a 195 on 3.
Around 430 pounds here.
Katie.
Nice grind there on platform 4 for Katie.
Yeah, good fight.
3 white lights. Cassandra here on platform 1, taking 120 kilos for her third attempt. An American record attempt loaded up here for on platform 3, 197.5 kilos for Emil.
Yeah, so the current women's American record for equipped 60 collegiate is this 60? Okay, I actually do not have that information, I'm sorry. But this could be the new one.
Yeah.
And she's from that Louisiana Lafayette. So she's got a ton of teammates out there that are really loud with all the noisemakers and the cowbells. I'm sure she really feels the energy right now.
I was about to mention, you know, they showed out pretty good here for their teammates. So let's see how she does here. Fast attempt for her third. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights, a new American record.
Easy American record.
Easy American record.
She's gonna come back and break that again next year.
Gino getting the crowd hype here. Kind of getting to the end of squats here. Good grind on platform 4. See what the judges say. 3 white lights.
3 white lights, yeah. She fought through without going down, so it's a good lift.
Good grind there on platform 3 for Isabel.
200 is a mighty impressive number, and she earns herself 3 white lights for it. Going 3 for 3 on squat. Let's see if she can carry that momentum into the bench and deadlifts.
Nice fast third attempt on platform 1 for Addie.
Yeah, another athlete on the 3 for 3 on squat.
Yeah.
As a powerlifter, that's pretty much your ultimate goal, is to go 9 for 9. That's the way you're going to get your highest total, your best lifts, is if you go 9 for 9 and you hit every lift that you can possibly get. And so it's really hard, though. I have competed many competitions, and I've never went 9 for 9. 8 for 9 a couple times, but it's really easy to just mess up one lift. I mean, this morning we had athletes from 11 weight classes at least, I think, and only across 4 platforms and all those different weight classes, only 3 athletes went 9 for 9.
Yeah.
You went 9 for 9?
I have, to actually qualify for this meet, I went 9 for 9. My very first time, so that was an accomplishment in itself.
Yeah.
A lot of times I kind of go 6 for 9, the notorious 6 for 9, you know, missing your third attempt on every lift. You know, that, you might see that here.
Big fight for Megan on 137 kilos, platform 4, but she gets 3 white lights right away. No hesitation from the judges there to assign that a good lift. And we did finish lifting on platform 3 for the squats, so they're gonna set up and move to bench press, but they will take a short break in between the flights, just for the referees to switch out and the spotters and loaders to have a little bit of a break.
Joy here walking up to take 130 keys for her final squat attempt.
And platform 2 is on that break time as well. They have about 5 minutes left until they start.
Yeah. Julie here. Fast attempt. Let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights. Big grind here on platform 1. 130 kilos. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Joy there. We are down to our final 2 squats on platform 1. Mackenzie here about to walk out 142.5 kilos.
Come on, Kens.
315 pounds at 123 body weight.
And just unfortunately not there today.
Kaylee here with a good third attempt. Let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights.
Got Kay Serapio coming out on 4. Was our second highest qualifier. See if she can get her last squat in. She only jumped 2.5 kilos, so it looks like maybe that second one felt heavy or hard, so they went a little conservative with that third attempt just to try and get any extra kilos they could.
That is a good strategy there that handlers have, you know, to make sure that they get everything out of their athlete that they can. So to conclude squatting on platform 1, we have Taylor here from Friends University taking 132.5 kilos.
Ooh, and she went really low and just got stuck.
Got a little stuck there.
A little bit too low and down a little bit too fast.
And
that's all right.
Yeah, and that'll conclude squatting on platform 1.
And we will get to see all of those athletes on platform 1 and 2 really soon here in the bench press.
To open up our bench segment here today on platform 2, we have Alana taking 60 keys.
Our first bench press of the session. Let's start off with some white lights, hopefully.
Nice opener there. Let's see what the judges say. No lift there. I wonder what went wrong there.
The yellow lights are usually, for a lift like that, would be an indication that she did not follow the commands.
Yeah. That does sometimes happen in the heat of the moment.
So I think she just got a little excited and jumped the gun there, but it was very fast. So she probably honestly might even go up for her next attempt just because it was so fast.
And I know, like, for us, too, at UTSA, we like to practice, later on in prep, having those commands, to make sure that everything goes smoothly on meet day.
Yeah, oftentimes when you're in training for powerlifting and you're doing your triples, you just kind of go for it. But then when you go to do a single or one repetition of something, you're supposed to do all your singles to a comp standard so that you practice them with the commands just to try and get that extra point in there. And sometimes you might be able to go really fast on a bench and kind of touch and go, but that wouldn't count in a competition, so there's no point necessarily in training the touch and go for a single in practice. So for those singles, you're going to train them all to comp standard.
Yeah, and what the judges are looking for before they give you that press command is just motionless on the chest.
Yeah. So there's the 3 commands in bench: start, press, and rack in that order. Lifters have to wait for all 3 of them. Messing up just one cause for disqualification of the lift. Other reasons for disqualification of the lift are their feet and butt have to remain on the floor or bench for the entire duration of the lift and they can't move. Or obviously if they just fail the lift. You're going to have the same blue cards for bench as you did for squat, with that blue card just representing that up and down motion in the middle of the lift. And for squat and bench specifically, the blue card can be controversial for some people in saying, oh, if I go up and down, I just made the lift harder, but I still got it. So some people aren't a big fan of the blue card. But for squat and bench, I'm a fan of it just because it indicates clearly to the spotters when to grab the bar.
Yeah.
As if they go down, the spotter has every right to grab that bar. So it's just a safety thing that you can't go up and down in the middle of the lift. On deadlift, it's not so much of a safety thing. So, but it's good to have the same rule consistent across all 3 lifts versus just for 2 of them. What do you think? Are you a fan of the up and down?
That's usually not a problem that I have. So, I mean, that's not something I can, really have an opinion on. One of my problems is really coming off the chest.
Gotcha.
Another thing here is you're going to see different hand positions on the bench press. Some lifters are going to like to go wide, to their index finger on the rings. Some have a little closer, it's all just preference.
Yep, completely up to the lifter as long as they're within those rings marked on the bar.
I believe it's 32 inches.
That sounds about right. I was going to say like 82 centimeters.
Valeria there, good attempt, 65 kilos. Yeah, I mean, I personally have I do the max grip that you can do. I'm not sure what you usually prefer.
Last year I did close grip bench for the whole year and was like all the way in, and then this year my coach was like, don't do that.
Yeah.
So I have adjusted and am now where you said I'm all the way out.
Yeah, I mean, I started off as like my pinky ring on the rings, and then I slowly moved my way out to the index finger. Samantha here with a more closer grip.
Yeah, so I used to bench close grip because I played tennis for 15 years, and it was just where my muscles groups naturally lied when I first started powerlifting. I've only been lifting for a little over 2 years, and so that's just where my muscle groups lied. But as I have been training and gaining those muscles, it becomes easier and easier for those outer muscles to get stronger, which is why that's the way we do our competition lifts now. So you'll see a lot of lifters will actually change techniques throughout their powerlifting careers. And one of the technical things that a lot of people will utilize on bench press is also that arch.
Yeah, that's another thing you're going to see here is, some lifters will have a pretty good amount of arch and others will not.
And that arch is allowed to any extent you can do it as long as you keep your shoulders and your butt stationary on the bench the whole time.
Yeah. I try to maximize my arch as much as possible.
Me too.
Lower the ROM, as they say. Sydney here, about to take 67.5 kilos.
You get a lot of haters on Instagram for having a big arch,
yeah,
but it's within the rules. So.
It is a pretty controversial thing, but it is in the rules, so. Nice fast attempt for Sydney.
In my opinion, if it's in the rules and you don't utilize it to the best of your ability, you're just throwing away extra kilos.
Yeah, and then another thing too on deadlift, you'll see a lot of controversy with the sumo stance. Some people say that's not a real deadlift, but it's well within the rules. So, you know, you're going to see a lot of variations of just either conventional or sumo.
Yeah.
All matters on your leverages.
And different lifts will work better for different people, too.
Yeah.
Like, I can bench more with the arch and the wide grip than the close grip and the flat back, but some people that's not the case. We have a lifter on our team that tried to go wide and couldn't and had to just go back to the flat back, close grip bench.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see, like, if they have a little bit of longer arms there, they'll just go as wide as they can, you know, a little shorter arms, you know, they'll try to utilize that as well. But it's all just depends on your leverages and what you prefer. Alexandra here about to take 67.5 kilos for her opening bench. I personally believe that bench is where kind of difference in me. You know, I believe squat sets the tone, but I love to watch, you know, bench when I watch like professional level meets. Just, you know, different athletes, you know, might not have the best squat, but they'll go very last on bench. So that's one of the things that are interesting here.
Yeah, and that's that specialty we talked about earlier where maybe your squat's not quite up to par, but your bench more than equals out for it. So.
And some people are just good at both, that squat and bench, and, you know, they might have a really good subtotal.
Bench is also an interesting lift because you're going to see the bench of the smaller, lighter lifters be a lot closer to the bench of the heavier lifters that we're going to see at the end of the weekend than as if you compared the squat or the deadlift.
Yeah.
Like, that's definitely the body weight factor comes more into play on squat and deadlift than it does on bench.
Yeah.
Because bench is just so technical.
Yeah. Well, you know, one thing for me is, like, whenever I used to be a 60 kg back in high school, whenever I would make, like, weight cuts, I felt like it affected more on my bench. That's just me personally, but I feel like, you know, a lot of things go into play there.
Yeah, and well, sometimes, like, the weight cut, it just has to do with recovery.
Yeah.
And I think your legs definitely recover faster than your arms.
Yeah.
So. Kind of the opposite for me. Like, in my training, I bench 3 or 4 times a week, but I only squat deadlift twice.
Yeah, that's kind of how I structured mine. You know, whenever I did raw before I started getting equipment, I was benching 4 times a week and squatting twice and deadlifting, I believe, once. You know, when we got into equip training, you know, everything was just once.
Yeah. So when you do your equipped training, I'm assuming you also, like, do raw training to supplement that equipped training? Or what's that like? Like, what's the ratio of what kind of lifts do you do for your training for equipped? Is it all specialty for equipped, or is it?
Yeah, so I mean, say I'll go in to go squat, you know, I'll do my warm-ups raw, and then obviously then you get into your suit and your wraps, you know, and then, you know, some people it does take a toll more, you know, it could tire you out, so some people do raw back downs or continue doing back downs in equipment. You know, one thing that I did was just I would do my top set, and then sometimes it would just depend on how the body felt. I would either cut it there or do my back down draw. Same thing with the bench shirt, you know, that you'll see here is that, like, it's very technical. So you might want to get a little bit more work in it, you know, just do more repetitions, more reps, or just get out of it, get in your raw position as well.
So you mentioned that sometimes you might do, like, back down sets raw just because it is a little bit less weight. It takes a little bit less toll. Something that's a little bit newer, I think, in some of the powerlifting worlds is they've been implementing, like, the blood flow restriction, the BFR training for a lot of people. So I would imagine that that's something that might be used kind of for the equipped lifters to mimic the feeling of kind of having that restricted blood flow from the equipment without actually training at that heavier weight all the time. I don't know if many teams do that or not, but I imagine it could be looked into in the future as far as just, like, the scientific advancements in lifting.
Yeah, and then it's all like a lot of it too. You'll see, like, I know for us, I started getting equipment around that 8 to 6 weeks out mark, because, you know, a lot of the equipment, it is very technical and you do need quite a bit of time, but you also want to not put yourself in the, like, put a lot of tax on your body throughout training, so it's just a lot of timing.
Yeah. So we are set to start for some of our first benches on platform 3, and we should be starting really, really shortly on platform 4 with that first bencher of the flight.
Yeah. I really like those pink wrist straps on platform 2 from Sophia with the all pink A7 gear.
Yeah, gotta love when they're matching.
Yeah. Me, I kind of keep it simple with all black.
Yeah.
I do wear white shoes and socks, though. I don't go completely all black.
I'll be styling it up on Sunday in my teal.
There you go.
Teal sparkle belt, teal socks, teal shoes for squat.
Yeah. a lot of lifters will show their personalities here with the type of equipment they wear.
Yeah. And that's kind of something I think when we were talking about the kid who squatted with the 2 different knee sleeves earlier. Like, that's just personality and style choices.
Yeah.
And it is good to express that style because it feels confident. I mean, like, look good, lift good.
Yeah. I think it's also good for the sport, too.
Yeah.
We have a pretty interesting wrist wrap setup. Alana there only had 1 wrist wrap on her left side.
Wonder if she maybe lost one?
Yeah, I personally have. I've never seen that. Maybe it was just she couldn't get one in time.
Yeah, it could have been that, too. I was worried about timing out, so just went out with the 1.
Maria here about to take 65 kilos. As I mentioned before, you might see not as big jumps as you did on squat. Maria only taking 2.5 kilos more.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of 2.5s and 5s.
5s, yeah.
Especially as you move from 2nd to 3rd attempts, potentially.
Yeah. I feel like bench also is one of the easier lifts to, mess up on tech a little bit, which can also cause your lift to look a little slower than you would have liked or just completely fail the lift.
Yeah. And so we talked about, like, the wrist wrap, and maybe she didn't have time to get it on properly.
Yeah.
Wrist wraps definitely can be detrimental if you don't have them on at the right spot.
Yeah.
I know that I am really bad at putting on the actual wrist wraps.
Yeah.
I always put them on crooked or something, so
Yeah.
I almost bench better without them just because I don't have to worry about them being on wrong.
Yeah, and there's also like different lengths of wrist straps. Some people will have very short ones or very long ones. I personally use the longest that you can use legally just because I feel like it takes a lot more pressure off my wrist, especially with that wide stance or wide arm width that I have.
Yeah, and that is the main purpose of the wrist wraps, is just to it doesn't add anything to the lift, but it just protects the lifter's wrists and keeps them in a neutral position so that should they mess up the bar or have to push a little extra hard, they're not putting too much strain on those tendons and those muscles into that wrist.
Georgie here taking 47.5 keys for her first attempt. Nice fast opener. Should be 3 white. Oh. We have a no lift on platform 1. I personally didn't.
The yellow cards from the side judges.
Yeah, I mean, to me personally, it looked good, but the judges disagreed.
The yellow cards from the side judges probably indicates that she did not have contact with the bench.
Yeah.
Or moved her feet, because both of those are a cause for a yellow card. I have a cheat sheet in front of me, so it's not fair. Yeah. But
Emily Wilson about to walk up and take 50 keys for her first attempt. Sabrina here on platform 1 about to take 50 keys as well. As a judge, I feel like bench, because I personally am a USAPL state judge. I think one of the things, not necessarily get nervous about, but you are looking for a lot more things, I feel like, on bench than you would compared to squat or maybe the deadlift. There's just a lot of variations in the lift there. Yeah,
are you going to be judging here later this week?
I am not.
No, okay. Gotcha. I've judged some powerlifting competitions too, and you just kind of, bench is the hardest one to judge because there are so many technical things to watch.
Especially when you see these equipped lifters come out, it's just one of those things too.
We got Chloe opening up with a 52.5 on bench.
Maddie here on platform 2 about to groove into the bench to take 70 kilos. Gabriella here.
Fast, snappy opener for Chloe, and that should be 3 white lights, and it is. Daphne with a 50 for 4.
Talking about wrist wraps, what kind of wrist wraps do you prefer?
Well, like I said, I kind of have stopped using them since I bench better without them. I just got the cheap ones, so I just had like the Gym Reapers ones. But my teammates that actually use theirs for their bench will use the A7 ones, a lot of them.
I see a lot of A7s and SBDs in training too. A lot of stoics out there too. I personally am a fan of stoic wrist wraps.
I think a lot of my teammates maybe like the A7 ones because they're a little bit like stiffer.
Yeah.
Versus some of the cheaper ones.
I personally, I do not like stiff wrist wraps. I just feel like they hurt, and I prefer little flexible ones.
Sure. Yeah. So I know you told me that you did some raw lifting, even though you do equipped now. When you did the raw lifting and you used the knee sleeves, were you a stiff knee sleeve person or a soft knee sleeve?
I used the A7 rigor mortises. I felt, they just felt a lot more. For me, it just feels a lot more confident when you get into the hole and just get a little bit more depth there. That's how I qualified for this meet, actually. I just did a raw meet to get the equip total. An equip bench here on platform 3, Elizabeth, taking 60 keys. Really stretching that shirt there. Good attempt there. Nice fast opener for her. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
Nice and smooth, clean, technical, like clearly waited for the commands.
Yeah.
So
There
that's
is
all you can ask on the opener.
Yeah, and especially with the shirt, you know, it's just kind of a lot of patience to get down there. You know, lifters will be in a shirt way longer than they'll get in the squat suit and deadlift suit, just because it is hard to get down there.
Yeah.
So you'll see a lot of times in training that you'll use boards to slowly get the use of that shirt.
Does it almost feel like when you're wearing that bench shirt, does it almost feel like you kind of have to pull it down as opposed to just like in raw, you can let it fall a little bit?
Yeah, so I mean, it's kind of like you put weight that you can get down with. Sometimes, like in training, you could put something that's a little too light and you kind of get stuck in the middle there. So it's just one of those things where you have to really strategize, you know, the weight you put. And I personally think that the equip shirt's one of the hardest ones to get tech-wise.
Yeah.
Julia here on platform 2, taking a 2.5 key jump for 75 kilos for her second bench. And Nicole here taking 55 for her opener on platform 1.
Hopefully we can get some more white lights over there. Starting off strong with all these openers on bench, so that's always good to see.
Yeah, it's always good to see. Nice attempt for Julia there on platform 2.
Got 2 Sam Houston State lifters lifting side by side on bench on platform 3 and 4 right now, so.
It's kind of cool. Ooh, Sophia's wrist strap on her left hand comes undone. She gets it up regardless.
That's tough.
Yeah, that's one of those interesting things. I personally have not had that happen.
And she gets 3 white lights for it, so that's good.
Thank you. It's also nice to have like your teammates back there in the warm-up room, you know, being able to warm up with them side by side. You know, it's one of those comfortable things that you can have.
Yeah, and each lifter is allowed to have that one coach back to the warm-up room, because we're talking about the raw lifters right now. So each raw lifter can have one coach back there. So
yeah,
if you have a teammate that's competing in the same session as you, you can have a coach and they can have a coach. So you can actually have both of your coaches back there if you have more than one.
Yeah. It's always nice to have that back there.
Yeah, you can have a coach loading on both sides.
There you go. Alexandra here with her second attempt, taking 75 kilos. We have a guest lifter here on platform 3.
Yeah, and like we mentioned earlier, that does just mean that they missed weight. They did qualify in their weight class, and then they did not make the weight class that they qualified in this morning. At a local level meet, you could change your weight class the day of the meet. But at nationals, you have to declare before the meet what weight class you are going to be in. You do have a time to change the weight class if you are qualified in multiple classes, or if you reach the qualifying total for a higher class in a lower class, you may compete in that as well. But you do have to declare it before the meet.
Yeah.
I think the deadline for it was about like 2 weeks ago to change the weight classes.
You can also change your divisions as well.
Yeah, and we'll see this in some of the sessions tomorrow and later today. That women's 67.5 kilo class did go to a 65 and a 70.
Yeah, that is one of the interesting things that happened just recently, actually.
Yes, that's new this year, is that 65 and that 70 class. So I would expect a lot of the weight changes for Collegiate Nationals took place from that 65-70 class, and athletes just deciding whether they wanted to fill out that 70 from that 67.5 or cut down.
Yeah.
And it actually did end up being half and half. There was almost the exact same number of lifters in the 65 as there was in the 70, which surprised me because I was kind of expecting one or the other to just happen to be bigger than the other, just based on dumb luck, basically, but it's not the case.
We do have a couple of, like, our girls that are competing tomorrow in the 65 Raw, you know, that they were originally in that 67.5 weight class who elected to go back down to the 65s.
Well, I know it worked out well for our team because we had the 2 lifters in the 67.5 class last year, and then this year we have the 2 more lifters that would have been in that same class, and you can only have the 2 lifters per class, so we should have had a lifter 2 in the 70 and 2 in the 65. It didn't end up working out like that because of other reasons, but we should next year have people in all those categories. So that split was super advantageous for those teams where that middle weight class was super full last year. There were so many people in it. It really did need to get split.
Yeah. Gino here getting the crowd hyped up.
Strong lift for Alexis.
We're on 3rd attempts here now on platform 2 with Alana taking 67.5 kilos.
Still on openers for platform 4 for this flight. Chloe back out taking that 5 kilo jump to 57.5.
Looks like maybe Phoebe timed out here. Could be wrong. Oh, never mind. That was just a light issue there.
I think that clock was from the previous lifter, so I don't think they had called her loaded yet.
Chloe with a fast 2nd attempt.
Good attempt. Probably go up another 5.
Yeah. Fast attempt on platform 4 from McKinley from Friends University, 62.5 kilos. Equip women are in the lead here from Midland University with 50 points.
Big lead early on because there were so many weight classes that took place in that first session.
And it seems that they have pretty much 2 people in almost every weight class on both sides of the, equipped and raw.
Yeah, I know they have a lot of, I think kind of their team strategy a little bit. If I was doing some team points analysis, is that they like to put lifters in the really light categories and the really heavy categories just because in general there's less people in those, so they have a chance at better placements automatically.
Yeah, I believe like they are one of the only people who had a 52 kg lifter on the men's side, which I could be wrong, which is on which a lot of these schools don't have, which is more points for them on their total.
Yeah.
Elizabeth here with a 5 kilo jump from her 2nd attempt on platform 3. Valeria there with a good 3rd attempt of 70 kilos. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights on platform 2. A little bit of a grind there from Elizabeth on platform 3. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
A no lift on 4. We are moving to those 2nd attempts on 4, so we're going to see what kind of jumps some of these ladies have chosen to make.
Yeah.
We did have on 4 all but 1 athletes made their openers, so got some good luck running on that platform. I tell you what's more impressive is that on platform 2, every athlete in the flight made their 2nd attempt.
I feel like that's not something you see very often.
No, especially not at a national meet with this tight judging.
Arlene here on platform 1 with that little bit more of a bulldog or Japanese grip, as some people may call it. I personally am not a fan. It hurt my wrist, so I switched back to what I was before.
Yeah, do you know what the advantages are to the grip?
It made me have your hands more relaxed. So I mean that's one of the advantages that some lifters may take advantage of. Rochelle here taking 55 kilos on platform 3 from Texas Tech University.
Yeah. Powerlifting's pretty big in Texas. We have a lot of Texas universities being represented here. I know Texas and Wisconsin both kind of have some good lifting teams up there. Wisconsin a lot with the high school lifting, and Texas a lot with the collegiate teams.
Yeah, and especially like in Texas, you have THSPA, where a lot of these club teams will try to recruit, you know, athletes for their program. Kind of a cool thing to have.
Yeah.
You'll see like at the state meets in Texas, you know, you'll see representatives from Midland or UTSA and A&M, you know, all there to try to recruit some athletes for their team.
Yeah. We have an athlete from Texas on our team that she competed for the Texas high school powerlifting too, so.
It seems to breed out a lot of the athletes that are competing here today.
Isn't it interesting, in Texas high school powerlifting, a lot of it is raw with wraps and equipped, isn't it?
So generally for the most part, it's mostly equipped, but just recently they switched to the raw. The women's has a raw division now, so a lot of it is on the men's side. You're going to see 90% of it, a little bit more, 99% of it just equipped. Georgia here taking 52.5 kilos, electing to go up, even though she did not get her first attempt.
Yeah, so I'm from South Dakota, and we do have a high school powerlifting association, but we do not have any equipped lifting.
Oh,
so it's
really?
all raw.
That is interesting.
And it just got sanctioned by our High School Activities Association, not this year, but last year.
Yeah.
We had a meet before, we had a high school powerlifting still before, but it was not sanctioned by the High School Activities Association, so it wasn't subject to all like the Title IX rules and stuff. They've actually added a lot of sports recently in South Dakota that have been sanctioned by the Activities Association. I know they recently sanctioned like softball and stuff, which surprisingly wasn't sanctioned before because you would assume it was, but. Yeah, so as you're going through the bench on some of these lifters and you're kind of starting to look at their subtotals, the subtotal starts to give a good indication of where they might be able to place. And you're looking at these subtotals and you start to look at their projected placement by what their opener is on deadlift and their subtotal on LiftingCast, because LiftingCast will calculate that for you, which, by the way, is where you can follow along with the live scoring for all 4 platforms, all 4 days of competition, every session.
Yeah.
And you can look at the projected total and you see some of these people that are starting to maybe pull for like a 20th or a 10th, and you're starting to wonder, are they going to go for those top numbers? The likely answer is no.
Yeah.
What they're going to try and do is make sure that they don't fall out of that top 25 and stay in that potentially 15th through 25th range where it's going to be super tight and super close, because they do want that point. Like we said, you do only get that team point if you make that top 25. So what these lifters are doing is maybe they could go out there and try and pull some crazy third deadlift or hit some huge bench to try and get back up more towards the top of that standing. But what they're going to do is they're going to want to save every kilo, and they're going to want to kind of self-sacrifice a little bit just for the purposes of their team. They're going to be incredibly selfless and just make sure they can get that team score.
Yeah, I feel like it's just a lot of sticking to the game plan, and just, going out there to get that regardless of where you're at, getting that point,
Yeah. Like we said, and we've been saying, every point matters. So you absolutely cannot just go out there and hit lifts that you are not going to be able to lift just to try and get a placement.
Yeah.
If you already have a placement secured, like off of a first attempt or something, if you already have a medal and there's no difference, or there's a 30-kilo jump to the next class, but you've already had that spot secured, then maybe you can start talking about making a jump that you maybe wouldn't normally make. But if it's close, in my opinion, you should play it conservative at collegiate nationals just for your team. If you're at raw nationals and you're by yourself and you're not competing for a team, that's another story. Then that's just up to you.
And that's why I like, the collegiate national meet, is because, like I mentioned earlier, it is really team-based. And that's one of those things that you have to, keep in mind as you go out there and pick your attempts.
Yeah. There's a lot of team bonding when you take the 6-hour car ride down to
Ours was around
Oklahoma.
7, so.
Oh, yeah. Okay. 7 hours in a van full of powerlifters is not the most fun experience, but when they're your teammates and they're your best friends, it's worth it.
Yeah. It's always good to have a little team bonding. I mean, you're training with these people, for months, so.
And personally, I think my team was kind of glad that we drove instead of flew slow. Last year with Nationals in Atlanta, we ended up flying just because it was too far away to drive realistically, and just like have a healthy team that wasn't all like crunched up from being in the car that long. But we flew, but I think we were glad this year that it was a little bit closer, that we could drive, even though that drive was long, because it made it easier to pack. I mean, lifting, you have to have good for Chloe on 3 with the celebration and the hands up, but good for her. And so, anyways, what I was saying is that it's with all the equipment that you have to bring and just like meeting everything and bringing snacks, and the people that are on cuts have to bring their own food and pre-plan everything. So we were able to just kind of not worry about that and bring whatever we wanted, because we just threw it all in the trunk.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. So if you're following along on the LiftingCast, it looks like on platform 3 at the end of the flight, we are going to have a relift for Rochelle. Relifts can happen for a number of reasons. The biggest reason why a relift might happen is just if the weight was loaded wrong.
Yeah.
Usually is the most common. And if that weight was loaded wrong and they missed the lift, they have the opportunity to redo it at the end of the lift with the correct weight loaded. Or if they made the lift, they can redo it at the end if they were going to have to take a lower lift than what they had previously indicated for. But it is a risk to do that relift if you potentially.
Yeah, it could add a little bit more, make you a little bit more tired doing it. Having to go out there and exert that energy again.
But it does look like it is a relift for that third lift. So she does already have those first 2 lifts in.
Yeah.
So it's not like she's in any danger or anything. This third lift is just a bonus for her. So she's just trying to get every kilo she can.
Yeah. And you'll see here on platform 3, she's about to come out for that relift.
Three white lights on 4.
I'm personally a fan of those chrome kilo plates that they're using out there.
Yes, I love the look of the chrome plates. I think they look just gorgeous.
Yeah.
And also in the pictures that our photography company, Barbell Productions here, is taking, they just have a special shine to them, and they really match the environment.
All the equipment here is being provided by TSS.
Yes, and TSS is that Texas Strength System. You'll see they have their little indicator at the bottom of those racks you can see on the ground right there with their logo. So the racks, bars, benches, kilo plates, everything's TSS.
Personally training at TSS, I feel a little spoiled, having all the nice shiny chrome plates.
Yeah, we do not have the TSS at my gym. We just have what we already had. But yeah, so we don't have shiny kilo plates. We have the regular colorful ones. But they work just the same.
Hey, yeah.
Can't complain.
Can't complain.
We're lucky to even have kilo plates at all. A lot of college programs, if they're just club programs, might not have a dedicated kilo space, and they might have to train it in pounds and try and convert that into the competition, which can be hard because sometimes those pounds don't quite line up with the kilos, and maybe you can do an even 200 or on bench, but if you try and go for that 92 and a half,
it's going to be about right around 198 pounds.
It's a little bit, that 92 and a half is a little bit more, so you might miss it. Just because of the uneven conversion rate in taking these 2.5 kilo jumps in powerlifting that are required. But I know when I train over the summer, my home gym just has the pound
plates. Yeah, same for me as well.
It also doesn't have my teammates, so it's not as fun.
Yeah. It's always good to have, the team around during practice times, especially during prep this couple months. It was always good to have them.
Yeah, and I think it's important, like, training with your team and having, like, a lifting partner.
Yeah.
When you're at home and you're training by yourself, it can get, well, one, it can get kind of lonely, but two, it's hard to, like, time out between your sets and, like, how long should I wait before I do another one?
Yeah.
Where when you have a teammate, it kind of naturally times itself out for you.
Yeah. And that's just, like, it's also a good thing to just train with, like, powerlifters specifically, you know, because everybody's just there for the same thing.
Yeah.
Sarah here about to take 70 kilos on platform 2. And Della taking 52.5 kilos for her 3rd attempt on platform 1, representing Sam Houston State University. Karen retaking 72.5 kilos on platform 4. Good lift for Sarah on platform 2. Let's see what the judges say. 2 white lights. Fortunately, Karen was unable to get her 2nd attempt.
And Rebecca's going to come out and start those 3rd attempts over on platform 4. Platform 4 is moving pretty quick.
Yeah. Platform 1 is also on their 3rd attempt. You can hear the crowd going crazy here for on platform 3 for Camille taking 72.5 kilos, representing Louisiana and Lafayette. She's going to be using that bench shirt that the equip lifters can use. Fast opener there.
Maybe missed the re-rack a little bit on platform 4, but it's all right because she got the lift 2-1. She got the rack command from the judge, and I think maybe the spotter just kind of pulled it back a little too quick and
Early,
missed the
yeah.
clip. But she got the lift, so doesn't matter.
Fast opener there for Caitlin on platform 2. 75 kilos.
We got Taylor coming up next with that 77.5 on 2. And she went 3 for 3 on squats, so hopefully she can continue that momentum moving into the bench.
Anaya here with a good final bench press of 52.5 kilos.
Light work on that opener there for Taylor.
No lift on platform 3 for Daniela. That's just another one of those things with the bench shirt, you know. You really have to be almost perfect with your technique, you know, because any slight mishap, you know, you could just completely almost drop the weight, you know, on you, or it just doesn't get up.
And 3 for 3 on bench for Sarah on platform 4. That looked solid. She definitely could have done more.
Emily Wilson about to come out and take 57.5 kilos on platform 4.
And talking about how the athlete definitely could have done more is maybe they are playing a little bit conservative just to get those extra kilos in for sure for their team.
Yeah.
Or maybe they were a little bit sick in that lead up, so they had never tested it out in practice, but they showed up today and are just feeling really good. That meat adrenaline kind of can help them a little bit. But it's kind of almost better sometimes to get that easy 3rd bench and just get the 3rd bench in and then move to deadlift just and conserve a little bit of that energy. Sometimes we did see one athlete in the earlier session elected to skip their 3rd bench, which is an option for these athletes, but it's relatively uncommon just because you work all year to get here for collegiate nationals. You want to do all 9 lifts.
Yeah, it can be a technique thing too, you know. They don't want to exert all their energy on bench, and, you know, they rather just go all out on deadlift. Good opener for Anna Marie here on platform 2. Ella with a fast opener on platform 3. 3 white lights.
Yeah, and unfortunately just not there on the 60 for Daphne today. But just kind of got stuck at that sticking point right in the middle that a lot of athletes will find themselves having trouble at. But
I personally get stuck right at the chest. Either it pops up or it doesn't.
yeah. I think for me, if it doesn't come off the chest, it's because I lost tension on the way down. But if I was able to hold the tension, then the hardest part is that halfway up.
That lock. Yeah, and some people also just have struggles at lockout too.
For me, if it gets past that point, it's going to go up.
For me, if I can get a little good amount off the chest, I should be able to grind it out.
Yes.
Peyton here taking 57.5 kilos on platform 1 for her final bench. Coming all the way from Massachusetts.
Strong for Anastasia for her third. Good for her for going 3 for 3 on the bench.
Annabelle with a fast 80 kilo opener. Peyton here with time running out.
Yeah, so we did mention that in the last session there was an athlete who elected to skip their third bench press. We do have one in this session as well with Estelle from platform 4 who has elected to skip that third bench.
You know, a lot of times that lifters will elect to not take their third lift just because, like, if that second was really, truly, you know, all that they had, you know, it's probably just better to just not go out.
Yeah. If you went out and had a super amazing grind on your second bench and just barely got it up, and there's almost no point in going out for the third one a little bit, because if you could barely do one, how are you supposed to add 2.5 more kilos on? I mean, you could get a better leg drive or something, or maybe it was an issue off the chest, which is why a lot of athletes will come out and do their third one and try it. But for an attempt like that, it might just be she knew. If she did everything perfect and she barely got it, she might say, that's good, I'm done. I don't want to fail and get that bad mojo going into the deadlifts.
Yeah. Kylie here walking up to the platform to take 65 kilos for her third bench.
And on platform 2, Olivia looks like is our last lifter of the flight, so our last lifter who has to do her opener yet. And then we'll move immediately to second attempts. At Collegiate Nationals, the flights are no larger than 15 lifters per flight. So you might have to wait a while if there's a 15 lifters in your flight, but you're not going to have to wait too long because there is only that 15 and the lifters only have that minute to complete their lift. So, or to start their lift. So it might take a minute and a half to complete it plus the change.
Which is why, you know, this meet is spread across 4 days and, you know, 3 sessions. You know, this meet is pretty big. It's over 1,000 lifters.
And it can also be spread across those 4 days, you know, because there's 1,100 plus lifters. So that's over 250 each day. So a lot of judging and a lot of lifting to be had, and we are just on session 2 of day 1.
Day 1. I personally am pretty excited to see how the rest of the days pan out.
Yes, and that's always exciting to watch, as even like the athletes from other teams are able to try and set those American and world records because you yourself get to witness like a little tiny piece of history.
Yeah.
When you look at the results from last year's nationals, and if you scroll all the way to the bottom, so you can go to the USA Powerlifting, and there you have a results page for the previous national events. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, it will show you all of the records that were broken at that event, and the records include national, world, state regional records that were broken at that event, and I was looking at the list from last year, and it's like state record, like after state record.
Yeah.
You could just keep scrolling. There's like 100 of them. And a lot of that is also because lifters here are in college. Many freshmen and sophomores might still be in that teen category, so they might be setting teen, junior, collegiate, and open state records for their state. So one lift could potentially get them 4 state records. I know for me, I'm still in the teen category, so any record I make would be potentially 3 records for South Dakota. South Dakota does not keep the collegiate records, but but some states certainly do. Yeah.
That's what some lifters are training for. Sometimes in training they do get close to that record number, and that they aim to hit here at the national level.
Yeah, and some of that goes into the attempt selection too. If you're debating between a 2.5 and 5, and you're thinking, well, I don't want to do 2.5, that'll tie the state record. I want to break the state record. So sometimes if an athlete might make a larger jump or a smaller jump, it might just be because they're trying to break a state record, but it's a lot to keep track of all of them because there's 50 states and you got to remember all of them. So, but the lifters know. Yeah. You'll walk out there and I'm going to go set a state record. Nobody in the audience might not know, except for their parents maybe. Said, Mom, I'm going to set a state record today. I don't know. But
as an athlete in a certain weight class, you do keep an eye on those records and who's hitting them, especially like on the collegiate level.
Yeah. All right, we have Karen coming out to do 72.5 for the 3rd time, trying to stay in the meet on platform 4. She needs this to register a total at the end of the day. You ever been in the position where you were in the hole fighting for your 3rd one after missing 2?
No, I've never had my back against the wall. Usually I try to open pretty realistic, I'd say, just to, avoid having to be in this situation. But, sometimes on the day, just weight doesn't move as fast as it did in training.
Yes, I have only once ever failed an opener, and I got so stressed out after failing that opener that I almost cried.
Yeah, it can be really stressful on the mentality of these lifters when they come out for their 2nd and 3rd attempts.
Yeah, thankfully on that day we made that 2nd lift, so I didn't have to come out to do the 3rd lift like she just did phenomenally to get 3 white lights.
Yeah, and to stay in the meet.
To stay in the meet, yes. So I didn't have to come out and try that 3rd lift, but yeah.
Actually, I believe in THSPA on deadlift, it came down to my 3rd. It was one of just those technical issues with the suit. So.
Yeah.
Which I kept bumping up weight, which is very much of a gamble. But
yeah, but sometimes it pays off.
Yeah, it paid off for me. I was able to stay in the meet with the heavier load that we had planned. Vivian here taking 72.5 kilos, which I believe will end off the first flight, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Confirmation. And just really does not get it off the chest at all there.
Did she get the command? I don't know if she was waiting on it or she just couldn't get it off, because it seemed like she was on the chest for a while.
You're right. Actually, she got yellow cards because she did not receive the command.
A lot of times that they don't get the command is if they're not touching her chest. So that could have been the issue.
Maybe wasn't touching her chest quite enough, or potentially she just was moving back and forth a little bit down there and didn't have that still 2nd.
Yeah. Kylie here to open up the next flight. Taking 57.5 kilos for her opener.
Yeah. On some of the platforms, you can kind of see the judge up on the board a little bit. On platform 4, you can see that judge's hand. That judge's hand will move as they give the commands. The lifter can't see it, but you can.
And the side judges, too, also have their hand out to indicate to the head ref that, their butt and feet are in a still position.
Yes, the side judges will indicate to the head judge that the lifter is ready, and the head judge gives the command. Yeah. And we do have Mackenzie coming out for her opener. It's 62.5. Let's see her make light work of this.
Yeah, and Karen's also coming out on platform 2 to take 80 kilos for her 2nd attempt.
Daniela trying to correct that miss from her first attempt at 75, electing to stay at that 75. I think that's a smart choice.
Yeah. I personally, if I were to fail a lift, I'd retake it just to, make sure that I do stay in the meet. I do think it is quite a gamble to go up, but, for some lifters, like we said, it does pay off.
That's a good lift on 4. Easy. And as you see some of these lifters come out to do the bench, you'll see them kind of stop and pause and talk to that spotter there.
Yeah.
What they're doing is they're just simply telling the spotter, here's what I would like for my lift off. And usually it's not anything fancy. It's just, I'm going to tell you go, or I'm going to tell you on 3. And it communicates just to the athlete to know when they're ready, and to the spotter to know when the athlete is also ready.
Yeah.
So it's nothing complicated. It's just them. And I think it's a good thing that when they go out there and they specifically tell the spotter exactly what they want, because they are used to likely having a certain teammate or coach that probably usually gives them the same handoffs in practice. So if they can get as close to that as possible in competition just by saying a sentence or two, I think it's good.
Yeah. You know, just coming back from spotting and loading, I had a lot of the equipped athletes. So that was one of the more technical ones. You know, some athletes wanted more, you know, full control of like me taking it out all the way, rowing it out.
You were given the lift-offs?
Yeah, I was on lift-offs for bench. But some athletes elected not to have one. You know, it's just one of those things that's just really preference.
I know the first 2 meets that I did were both high school meets, and I did not have a lift-off.
I personally don't take lift-offs until I get into PR territory, a little bit less.
Yeah, I would take a lift-off for all my competition lifts, but in practice, I never get lift-offs unless I'm going for that PR. Realistically, even on a PR, you should be able to kind of unrack it by yourself. It's just something that they allow, so you might as well use it just to conserve that little extra bit of energy if you can, if it's a close PR.
Yeah, and something that was common that I saw was that on like the equipped lifters, they asked, you know, because I know for me personally, like getting it just off the rack itself is a little difficult since it is weight that you're not used to raw. So, you know, I took a lot, you know, some lifters wanted a lot to come out of like that rack position, and then they were able to take it from there. Krista here from University of Michigan, about to take 52.5 kilos on platform 1.
Camille had to wait a couple seconds for that start command on bench because she was not stationary, but she did get it.
Yeah.
And for her patience, she was unfortunately not rewarded with that no lift for that blue. The blue lights, as a reminder, are just that up and down motion. You kind of saw when she went through that sticking point, she locked out and then unlocked a little bit.
Sometimes you'll see the judges give multiple colors, you know, just multiple, you know, they're just indicating that there's multiple infractions on the lift. Anna Marie here taking 87.5 kilos for her second attempt. Platform 1 still on openers with Joy taking out, coming to take out 55 kilos for her opener. Coming all the way from Los Angeles. Ashley here about to bench 82.5 kilos. Good attempt there for Ashley. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
Love to see it. And on platform 2, we are nearing the end of the second attempts for this flight, with just 3 athletes remaining to take their second attempts.
You know, speaking of this meet being in Oklahoma, do you believe that like travel plays a toll of like how these lifters perform today?
I think it can.
Yeah, I think so too. Just because, you know, sometimes, like you said, if you do have that long drive, especially if you perform today, you know, that it might, maybe not too much, but it might be able to affect. It might be enough to affect, you know, how you perform on the day.
Yeah, and well, if you think about like track and field and stuff, a lot of things that come into play is like elevation differences that can make a difference. I don't think that necessarily makes a difference in powerlifting, but the travel certainly can. I mean, all the convention centers are relatively similar. I mean, it's a big open space with the high ceiling.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much what it was in Atlanta last year, too, a big open space with a high ceiling. But, like, so that and the spotlights are pretty much the same, but the actual travel to the location can be hard. Like you said, you had a 7-hour drive, and we had a 6-hour drive, and sitting in the car kind of can just be taxing even though you're doing nothing. Yeah,
so I feel like maybe the teams who flew out here might have just a slight advantage. I wouldn't say too much, just because, you know, they're just in the plane for maybe an hour, maybe 2, you know, not as much as the people who did drive.
Yeah. The disadvantage that they have, though, like we talked about, is just that they're limited on what they can bring and stuff as far as baggage-wise.
Madison here with a good second attempt. Taylor here coming out to 57.5 on platform 1. Olivia here taking a 5-key jump from her second attempt to take 97.5 kilos.
We got Megan over on 4 with her opener, 77.5. Looks like she has a good, strong arch.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that.
And really, the arch is just reduces the range of motion and it can help athletes stay tight as they're doing their lift. If they're in that arch, it just kind of reminds them to stay tight and brace really well.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot of the athletes walk out with the chalk on their back, and for some of them that's left over from squat, but some of the athletes will specifically chalk their back for the bench, specifically usually the ones who arch, just because it helps them stay in that tight arch position.
Yeah. I personally try to arch, I try to do the best I can, but, I try to arch, like you mentioned, it does help keep tension.
You chalk before you bench?
Sometimes I don't, sometimes I do, I really don't have a preference, but I do when I do get a little heavier, I will like to chalk my back just to make sure I groove into that bench pretty well.
Yeah, some athletes chalk their hands too on bench, and I think that's just a mental thing. I don't really think it makes that much of a difference, but I
only did that for the bench when I was equipped, just because I wanted to make sure I didn't completely drop the bar. But I mean,
sure,
like you said.
Well, and you're lifting a little bit heavier too when you're lifting equipped, so. If you had a really wide grip, or you had kind of that grip that you talked about earlier, the bulldog grip, where your wrists are angled, the chalk might help so that you don't slide out of that required markings. Yeah.
That was one of the things that I had an issue in prep to qualify for this meet. Was I did have a tendency of whenever I unracked, if I didn't have chalk, I kind of slipped out past the rings, which is an infraction. So I did use chalk in my recent meet on my hands just to make sure that my hands were in that same position. Addie here with the fast 60-kilo opener on platform 1.
And you can kind of feel that as we're moving through these benches, the energy today is really kind of just starting to grow. In my experience last year at Collegiate Nationals and also this year so far today, it's just as the day goes on, people get more and more excited, even if it's still a second attempt on bench. They've already seen championships be determined earlier this morning, so they get excited to see more of those, especially in these weight classes that are a little bit bigger, where there's going to be some more people that are fighting for those top spots back and forth.
Especially if they see that it is very close going into like deadlifts, you know what I mean? So it's one of those things that makes the meet interesting.
Jessica, unfortunately, with a no lift on platform 4, 2-1. 2 yellow lights, so it looks like maybe she didn't follow the commands quite so well.
Sarah here retaking 75 kilos. Isabella really stretching that shirt there on platform 3, 92.5 kilos. 3 whites. Olivia here with 62.5 kilos on platform 1. All the way from West Virginia. Let's see what the judges say. 3 whites. Annika here on platform 3 taking 95 kilos for her second attempt.
Good lift on platform 4 as well for that opener there. Like we've been talking about, it's really good to just see these athletes nail their openers. Then they can make a big jump for their second and hopefully another one for their third.
Yeah.
I know our team fights with our coach a little bit because we always kind of be like, oh, can you up the opener a little bit? And he always says no. He wins every time.
Yeah.
But it really is a good thing just to go out there and hit your opener.
Yeah. You know, and sometimes I can't. Like, I remember I was a little stubborn on my openers come in December when I competed, but it's just one of those things where you do just listen to the coach, you know, that they'll know best.
For sure. I mean, you could up your opener by 2.5 kilos and then take a 5 kilo jump, or you could leave your opener where it is and take a 7.5 kilo jump, and then that second one, in theory, is going to be easier if you kept your opener lighter because you conserved an extra 2.5 kilos of energy from the attempt before.
Yeah.
So if you're willing to just make a little bit of a bigger jump, maybe for that ending number, then you should, in my opinion, leave your opener where it is comfortable and easy.
Yeah. I remember I actually adjusted my bench opener to go 5 keys lighter than what I did for my meet. So, I mean, it's just one of those things, just confidence-wise. Tyler Martin with a good 87.5 kilos for her opener.
Yeah, and in powerlifting, you really have to be honest with yourself, because you might go in to one meet and feel super strong and feel good, and that's one thing. But if you go into a meet and you're feeling like, oh, my gosh, this warm-up is heavy, you have to let go of that ego and maybe lower that opener a little bit.
Katie here with the heaviest opener with 95 kilos on platform 4.
Did she change singlets in between lifts?
I think she was wearing
navy
she's wearing
earlier.
Like blue.
Yes, I like it.
Yeah, switched out to the all pink A7 gear, which is, like I said, that's where your personality comes in. I think it's a cool thing.
Keeping us on our toes.
Yeah. And as mentioned before, Katie does have her bench pro card, so she might be looking to put on a good bench here today. Cassandra here taking 55 kilos for her second attempt. Fast opener there for Katie.
Hey, I mean, if you've got multiple singlets, they're kind of expensive, so wear them all.
I've never even thought about that, to be honest. That's kind of a cool thing to do.
We just have our team singlets, so we obviously have to wear that.
Have to wear that one,
There's something about putting on that team singlet that it makes you just, as you said, kind of makes you ready for battle.
Yeah.
Like,
I personally feel that way with like our competition shirts. You know, it has our logo on it. So I just think when you get in that shirt, you know, you're just, like you said, you're just ready to go out there.
Yeah. Do you guys have team singlets or just the undershirts?
Just recently we were able to buy team singlets if you wanted one.
But it was up to the lifters to buy them?
So when I bought my squat suit and bench shirt, that did have our logo on it.
Gotcha. Very cool.
If you were watching the first session earlier, Ethan Hernandez had the UTSA singlet on, so that was kind of cool.
We got our singlets with the navy bottom, gray top, and the little bulldog on them. And the whole team has them. They're provided by the school for us to use during those competitions.
Kylie
we have to give them back afterwards. They're not ours.
Unfortunately.
But
Kylie here taking 65 kilos for her second attempt. I believe she's leading off the second attempts here on platform 4. I apologize, she's second. Good lift for Peyton on platform 1.
Wendy jumping from 60 to 107.
Oh, yeah, to mention that, like I said, the shirt is one of the most technical things that there is to do. So if you're not able to get, to touch or do it clean multiple times right before, the meet, lifters will often take their openers raw and then get back in the shirt.
Oh, so that's probably what she did?
Yeah. I'd assume since she does have a shirt. One of our athletes earlier, he did the same thing. It's just one of those things just to be confident and stay in the meet. It's more of like a better safe than sorry kind of thing.
Sure, and it was a little shaky on the way up, but she got it up. Unfortunately, she did get called for downward motion for that shake. 2-1, no lift. She'll probably be able to do it again. Maybe if she could get it down a little bit smoother, she'd be able to get it up just the same.
Which is why, you have that clarity of, at least you're on the board with your opener.
Yeah. And Daniela is going to start off our flight for the third attempts on platform 3. She has failed her first 2 attempts. She is retaking that 75 for her third attempt. Yeah. So let's see if she can get one in the books today.
Krista here from Michigan taking 57.5 kilos on platform 1 for her second attempt. Isabella with a good grind for her final attempt of 90 kilos on platform 2. 3 whites.
All right, let's see if Daniela can get this third lift in here. It's really important for her and for her team total. I know Sam Houston was looking to do well as a team here today, and they have brought several athletes, and they need each of them to get their scoring totals in. And she is given a re-rec command, and unfortunately will not record a bench for the day. She timed out because of that re-rack command. Kristen shakes and fights. She gets it. 3 white lights, good for her. It was a good effort. It'll be interesting to see. I'm guessing she'll only go up 2.5 for that third attempt because that was a struggle, but we're glad that she was able to fight through that struggle to still get that lift recorded in.
Jennifer here on platform 2, going up to 92.5 kilos. She did not get her second attempt. So
you gotta wonder if maybe she jumped to that 92.5 just because that is that 200 mark. Yeah. A lot of athletes will say, oh, I want to bench 200 at nationals.
Yeah.
So
good attempt on.
And she did bench 200 at nationals. That was good.
Yeah. Like I said, it's one of those risks going up anyway, but you know, if it's just one of those things where it's just a slight mishap, you know, it is okay to maybe go up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're feeling super strong on your second attempt and you just missed a command or something, you might as well go up for your third one because if you're feeling strong, you know yourself best and you should go up.
Just one of those things that you communicate with your handler, you know, if y'all know that, you know, something is moving really fast. Bella here jumping 5 keys for 75 kilos on platform 4.
And the last 2 athletes on platform 3 have missed their attempts, so hopefully we can get Camille here to get this bench so that we don't get some bad mojo going over on platform 3.
Yeah. Madison here with 100 kilos on platform 2 for her third attempt, 220 pounds.
And she got the rear rack command as well.
Yeah.
And is given a no lift.
Yeah.
In the last session, we had one of the platforms that we had 9 or 10 athletes in a row all miss their lifts. And like we said, it's just contagious.
Yeah.
You either kind of see a lot of red or a lot of green, and everybody matches the competitors. And I think there's something to be said about your competitor going out in front of you and making their lift because it just makes you want it that much more.
I know, like, for me personally, like, when I'm about to walk up for the attempt, I try not to look at, like, what's going on at the meet. I kind of just let my handler do it. I think that's just one of those things where, like, if I just see multiple people fail, I wouldn't want to get in my head personally. So that's why I kind of just, you know, just sit there, listen to music, you know, kind of just zone in.
For me personally, I'm so paranoid about, like, missing my name being called or something going out there that I'm, like, staring at the LiftingCast the whole time trying to make sure, like, oh, I'm up next. I'm up 3 athletes from now, blah, blah, blah. And so I kind of can't avoid seeing it for the way I do it, but I think it would be good to just kind of trust my coach a little bit more and maybe not look so much at that in terms of the mental game.
Yeah, just leave some stress out that you don't need.
And we get a little skip off the platform on platform 3 after a really nice third attempt bench.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, props to the guy doing the lift-offs on platform 3. He did our lift-offs at the meet in November.
Yeah.
Best lift-offs I've ever had. So these athletes on platform 3 are being spoiled with the good lift-offs here. Good lift on platform 4, 2-1.
Jessica Reed taking 82.5 kilos on platform 4.
Yeah, she did make that first attempt and got called 2-1, I believe. So she's just reattempting it, kind of like we mentioned, playing it safe, picking that same weight. But I expect she'll get it.
And they're finished benching here on platform 2, so they'll get ready to deadlift here shortly. Addie here taking 65 kilos on platform 1. Good attempt. Good lift for Jessica on platform 4. Caitlin here retaking 87.5 kilos on platform 3.
And as we had finished benching on platform 2, we do have 3 athletes that potentially could have a 9-for-9 day if they hit all their deadlifts.
Yeah.
So we'd like to see that. Hopefully we'll have some more on the other platforms as we finish up on these second and third attempt benches.
Yeah. Caitlin really stretching that shirt there on platform 3.
And she has to
yeah,
fight.
pretty good grind there on platform 3. Let's see what the judges say.
I think it was good.
Yeah,
I think she fought cleanly.
There you go.
They
and
agree.
The judges agree. That is another technique you'll see is like on the equip lifters, they will pick their head up to get down there in the shirt.
Yeah, and you are allowed to do that. Your head does not have to stay on the bench, just your shoulders and your butt.
Yeah.
I'm guilty of turning my head to the side. I have one arm that's a little bit stubborn. It likes to lag behind the other one a little bit, so I stare it down.
Yeah.
Left hand, move. But
sometimes I have a tendency of kind of picking my shoulders up off the chest, you know.
Yeah.
Little misgrooves. Ava here on platform 1 taking 70 kilos. Nice attempt. Let's see what the judges say. Good lift.
Yeah. Solid. Jesslyn retaking that 90. See a lot of athletes in this flight today just retaking those lifts that they have missed on bench.
Yeah, and that's something that you'll see more commonly on the equip side. Blue Mountain Christian here, I think is one of the heavy hitters for the equip titles on both sides.
Yeah, they competed with us last year at that Collegiate Cup, or that Collegiate Regionals, and they're an incredible team to watch.
Yeah.
And also, their coach is really nice. Their coach helped me out with a couple things on that day, helping me get ready for some of my lifts because we had a bunch of athletes there and we only had 2 coaches. So asked for some favors, you know, he helped put some baby powder on and whatnot, but super nice guy, so shout out to him.
Kaylee here with a good second attempt of 75 kilos on platform 1. Annabelle taking 92.5 kilos on platform 3 from Sam Houston. Little black and orange A7 singlet there to match the school colors.
And
I believe that is a special like singlet, like team singlet that they have.
Yes, yes.
Cassandra here weighing 57.5 kilos for her final bench on platform 1.
Got a George Mason lifter on platform 4. I think they've got a couple athletes here. It's not a super well-known school, but they could do well if a couple of their athletes get some good lifts in.
Yeah. You'll see here putting her feet up on the bench to get more up on her neck and maybe build that arch a little bit more.
And interesting enough, the feet on the bench is allowed in USA Powerlifting, but in other federations it is not.
Yeah. I personally, I used to do that method, but I switched over.
I don't see a reason for it to be illegal, so I don't have an issue that it is legal.
Yeah.
I personally don't, but it's just because it's just not part of my setup.
Yeah.
I have teammates that do. Works well for them. But
Alyssa here. About to walk up and take 60 kilos on platform 1 for her final attempt, representing the University of Texas at Austin.
yeah. Isabella at 97.5 and Tyler at that 92.5, hitting that just over that 200, that big benchmark there. Yeah. No pun intended. But
good attempt for Tyler on platform
and
4.
Isabella, she just got her 3rd bench attempt. She was our 2nd highest qualifier for that female equipped 60 category.
Really?
And she did get 5th last year, so she'll be looking to move up maybe from just getting a medal to being All-American potentially.
Katie here taking 100 kilos on platform 4.
It's a big bragging rights thing, being able to say that you're
All-American, yeah.
Yes. Katie, our bench pro over on platform 4, getting ready for her 100. Still rocking the pink. I'd be impressed if she was able to change singlets between lifts, like attempts, not just in between.
I wonder if she's going to come out and maybe another singlet for deadlift.
I'll predict white. I think she's got a white
And
singlet.
a
I think
white.
I've seen it
Yeah.
online.
We have Peyton here about to take 60 kilos on platform 1.
Monica with a good lift at 100.
Yeah. Peyton with a good third attempt there. 3 white lights. Good second attempt for Katie on platform 4.
Yeah. Slowly but solidly moving that bar. Speed doesn't matter. All you got to do is get it up.
Yeah. And sometimes you'll see lifters, you know, all the attempts will look the exact same. That's just one of those things.
Yeah.
Or you'll see maybe.
And honestly, that's a good thing because it indicates that they're a consistent lifter and that they are likely able to just keep going and that they are well practiced in fighting through maybe lifts that aren't like just flying.
Yeah. Callie here on platform 1 for a good lift of 60 kilos. Krista taking the same weight on platform 1 from the University of Michigan.
Yeah, and that's a no lift on 3. She had an up and down movement, and the spotters kind of decided that she had that up and down movement, so they took the bar. So she also received assistance there. And a no lift for Rebecca, but she did get that second lift in, so she will have a total for the day so far.
Yeah.
Kenzie looking for a 67.5. You see her tell the spotter what she wants, like we talked about.
Good grab there by the spotters on platform 1. You might also see some lifters choose to use boards by their feet on bench. Nice grind there on platform 3.
That ought to be a good lift for Kenzie. And it is 3 white lights. Good for her coming back after missing that second one.
Yeah. Taylor here on platform 1, taking 2.5 keys more from her second attempt to 62.5 kilos from Friends University. Amanda here taking 107.5 kilos for her third attempt.
Got Kristen from Drexel. Their logo looks like it's a dragon. That's fun.
I believe I saw South Carolina's was pretty cool. It was like I think it was like a buff chicken or something. That was kind of cool.
A buff chicken?
Yeah.
Okay. I like it.
Fortunately, no lift there on platform 3. Trinity here awaiting 62.5 kilos on platform 1 for her third attempt.
And we'd love to see Wendy get this third attempt on platform 3.
Yeah.
She did bomb out on squat, unfortunately, and has missed this second one. So we really just want her to get the third just to get a couple good lifts in on the day.
Yeah.
So that she can walk away feeling good about part of her lifting.
Yeah, as mentioned before, you know, even if you do bomb out of the meet, you're still able to bench and deadlift, but you just won't be able to score. Kylie here taking 72.5 kilos for their bench. Good grind there on platform 1 for Trinity. Good third attempt for Kylie on platform 4. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. She's excited as she runs off.
As she should be. 3 for 3 on bench is no small feat.
It has been fun to see Kylie's bench progress through these months leading up to this meet. Joy here on platform 1 taking 65 kilos for her third attempt.
Yeah. You kind of mentioned that, like, you must be teammates with Kylie. I'm assuming you get to see her training progress. I think for me, that might be my favorite part of nationals is getting to see my teammates perform.
You know, like spotting and loading too, you literally get first-hand view of some of your teammates. So it's just really fun, you know, everybody's in prep, you know, seeing everybody hit these big lifts right before the meet. So it's just fun, you know, being around the team and, you know, seeing everybody hit those crazy lifts.
Well, and your teammates you definitely have that connection with too because you train with them every day. And I've saw our coach's plan for everybody's lifts and what they're looking to hit. And so I'm like, I want them to get the numbers that they indicated that they wanted. And it's just something special if they're really able to do that and you're able to help be a part of it. Yeah,
and we have some people on our team, you know, looking to be national champions. So it's just one of those things that, like, it's just really special to see, to be there firsthand and witness, you know, all the work that they put in.
We had one this morning with Riley Ladd. She won the 52 class. She got second last year, so I know she was excited to move that up.
Yeah. You know, we had our 60 kg equip lifter, Eric, you know, he went out and won it, you know, coming second last year, I believe. So that was really special, you know, and seeing him putting on really crazy numbers in practice was really cool to see. So going to see him translate that onto the national platform is a really cool thing.
Yeah, and so beyond just our teammates, when I was doing my research and taking my notes for the meet and looking through the weight classes and the people that are returning from last year that are also lifting again this year, I get kind of excited even for the people that I don't know that maybe they got second, but they're the top qualifier this year, and I'm thinking, ooh, they could move up.
Yeah, that's another thing too, is just, you know, you see these lifters who maybe got fifth last year and then coming in this year that they're expected to go first. So it's just one of those things that are really cool.
And in powerlifting, what's really cool is the USAPL has the lifting database online. You can go up and you can see everybody's progression charts and how long they've been lifting for and what lifts they've made at different meets and situations that they've had. And so you kind of start to develop, if you do enough research, you start to develop some of these comeback stories or these athletes that are lifting with a vengeance, or maybe they didn't place last year but they placed 2 years ago and they want to get back.
And with Eric too, you know, he was facing injury earlier in the season, so it was almost like wholesome to see him come back from that and be able to go win it this year. You know, as powerlifting can be, you know, progress isn't linear all the time, so it's just one of those things where these lifters are training hard for this meet.
For sure. Say it over and over again. Collegiate Nationals is the pinnacle of collegiate powerlifting, and this is what you train for all year. You train for the meets to qualify for this meet.
And some lifters, you know, might just do a meet and just do the openers just to get that total. You know, some people really focus in on this meet. We're opening deadlifts here on platform 2 with Jacqueline.
So I know, like, for our team, we competed in November, and the people who did not get the qualifying totals, unfortunately, in November, went and competed at a meet that was like the first weekend of February, February 1st or whatever, trying to get those QTs in last minute. And we did have some kids that were able to snag a last minute QT and just get here, and that's amazing for them. Yeah,
and another thing too is that some of these lifters, their last meet was last year's CNATs in Atlanta. So, you know, if you're able to re-qualify at this meet, you really don't have to compete until next year. So that's one of the things that I guess you can have an advantage, you know, having a really long off season.
So I obviously competed in November, but my qualifying total that I'm coming in with is from last year's nationals because I haven't hit that since then, but hopefully we'll amend that statement this year.
Yeah, it's mostly like with like obviously like the new freshmen, you know, or if you haven't qualified before, that they'll do a meet like you mentioned, like November, December, you know, just to get that qualifying total for this meet. And then we do have like some people on our team who haven't competed since last year's nationals, so.
Yeah.
Erin here on platform 2 taking 125 kilos for her opening deadlift.
You talk about like not lifting for a year, going from one nationals to the next nationals. Every ounce, powerlifters are extremely competitive people, so every ounce of the powerlifter wants to be at a competition, even if it's just like a local one. Like they want to max out, they want to do that, but to avoid maxing out and avoid competing for that year in between the nationals just really shows the care and the dedication that these powerlifters put in order to just train for one meet a year. That's insane. You think about like track teams and basketball teams, they compete every weekend.
Every weekend.
And they get the gratification of trying and trying again. And in powerlifting, you really have to go out there and just nail it on your one day. Sometimes you might walk away from a meet at a bad day and you think, why did I train a year for that?
And another thing too, reasons why lifters will take such breaks is obviously there is a weight cut involved. So, you know, lifters competing, you know, maybe every 3 or 4 months, you know, it's just better for them on their body not having to cut weight every so often.
Yeah, and so for those of you at home listening that don't know, oftentimes when powerlifters max out, they will be unable to do that max for a while again because that max is so hard on their muscles and their bodies that it kind of like creates maybe like micro tears or abrasions just trying to max out at these competitions. I know we're going to be in the car on the way home and just be like dead. Yeah, and so platform 3 is on that break waiting for deadlifts to start.
And Samantha here taking 130 kilos for her deadlift. Yeah, but me personally, I'd like to compete maybe every, after I would have to requalify. But like, if I already qualified, I probably would do another meet just because like I like to compete.
Yeah.
Another aspect.
I think it's good to do like nationals and then like maybe every 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
Like, you could do 2 or 3 meets a year, kind of, probably for powerlifting. Like, waiting a year is really long, and I think it adds extra pressure.
Yeah.
Just knowing that you haven't competed in a year.
Yeah, and then it will just be a total that is a year old, so you could have a disadvantage of being in a later flight, if you haven't updated that total.
That is correct. Our weight class unfortunately started with 16 people in it, and so 15 people are on one platform, and that one person in our weight class got bumped over, I think, to a men's equipped platform to lift by themselves. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's an equipped platform. They got bumped over to lift by themselves basically on that platform, and it actually ended up being the situation that one of the people in our class withdrew, so now we only have 14 in our flight, so she's essentially over on that platform for no reason. By herself. But if she would have had a higher qualifying total, she would have been on the main platform, and somebody else would have been on that other platform. And being on that main platform gives you an advantage in terms of you're lifting at the same time as the other people in your class, so you can play the numbers game.
Yeah, exactly. And if you are in a later flight or even a later platform, or an earlier platform, I should say, you don't really have that advantage. You kind of just have to sit around and wait, see who hits and who misses.
Yeah. So in powerlifting, they at least have the weight classes all going at the same time. Like, all the 60s will be in the same session.
Yeah.
We have a weightlifting team at our school. A lot of our powerlifters actually will do both. We have people that have competed at both nationals. I know Chloe's going to come up here and open on platform 3. She competed at weightlifting nationals a couple weeks ago.
Really?
Yes. And Taylor as well, who's on platform 2, also competed at weightlifting nationals a couple weeks ago. She got 5th there. But they have like A session, B session for their things, so the lifters in the same weight class will lift at different times. Like, some of them won't even lift the same day.
Yeah.
And so they have no shot, basically, if they're in the B session, to try and jump over some of the other athletes because they have no clue what they're going to do. Yeah. So the other athletes can say, oh, she did 100 earlier, let's go 101.
Yeah, and a lot of things that you'll see, like on deadlift, is like more specifically, like on third attempts, there is an attempt change that you're able to do. So, like, if you're unable to do that in the same flight, it's kind of, like I said, one of those waiting games. Valeria here on platform 2 taking 137.5 kilos for her opener. Tyler Martin for her third bench on platform 4 with 95 kilos. Good bench for Tyler on platform 4. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Nicole. Maddie here on platform 2. Walking up to take 140 kilos. Katie here with her final bench being 102.5 kilos. Around that 225-pound mark. Maddie with a good fast opener on platform 2, 140 kilos. Maria weighing 140 kilos on platform 2 for her opening deadlift. You're going to notice here that some athletes will put baby powder on the lower part of their body for deadlifts. We have a grind here on platform 4, Katie.
She gets it up.
Let's see what the judges say. Good lift for Katie there.
3 white lights, that 102.5. That 102.5 is that 225 two-plate mark.
Cameron here, walking up to take 145 kilos.
Yeah, we've got about 3 minutes on platform 3 and 7, it looks like, on platform 1 until we start the deadlifts there. And they are going to take the 10-minute break before they start on platform 4. So we're all done with benches now. And now we get to play the numbers game, and we get to be on the watch for people trying to pass other lifters in the standings, trying to maybe pick the same attempts as them, even though, and lift after them just because of their higher lot number.
And when we get to the third attempts here, you'll be able to see on the screen, you know, if they pull a lift, that they'll either jump or stay in the same position.
Yes, and the LiftingCast does a good job of that. So if you're following along online with the live scoring, you can see the projected and current standings if you scroll all the way over on LiftingCast.
Good second attempt on platform 2, Jacqueline, 130 kilos, 3 white lights.
Platform 2 is the only platform that we have action on currently. So if you're on the platform 3 and 4 stream, take a couple minutes and flip over to platform 2 and watch some excellent deadlifting openers.
Lana here with 130 kilos for her second attempt.
Oh, they're on second attempts already. Sorry, computer screen's in my way.
Okay.
You're good.
Faith here about to take 132.5 kilos, representing Texas A&M University. One of the schools here that are trying to make a run for that national championship. Good attempt for Faith.
Move fast.
Let's see what the judges say. It should be 3 white lights. Oh, we have 2.
2 to 1, but still a good lift, so. And on deadlift, you may notice that you're going to see a lot more of those 10, 12 kilo jumps.
Yeah. Pretty close hand width there by Aaron on platform 2 on deadlift with 135.5 kilos. 3 white lights, good lift. Good lift there from Samantha on platform 2.
And I do believe that on platform 2, we have a lot of those top 60 kilo lifters that will be in the next flight. So they'll be our first championship placements probably on that platform. We do have 60 kilo lifters as well on platform 1 and platform 3 because it is a large class, but all of the top seeds, like we talked about, that are grouped into one section are all on platform 2. So likely those will be your potential medalists.
And yeah, your podiums. Alexandra here getting ready to take 142.5 kilos. A little bit more of a closer stance of sumo. Froggy, as some may call it.
Yeah, some athletes definitely lift with that wide, ultra-wide sumo stance, and then some of them are slightly sumo, closer to conventional.
Yeah.
You think it's better to just kind of commit to one or the other, the ultra-wide or the conventional, or are you a fan of that middle stance?
I mean, I feel like I am a little bit taller, so I kind of taller, as I say, but I like to go as wide as I can on the sumo. I first started off like as Froggy, but you know, I kind of moved out a little bit more. Sophia here from the University of Oregon, about to take 145 kilos for her second attempt.
We should be starting these deadlifts right now on platform 3 as well.
Ooh.
With Carla.
Sophia comes right back down with it for her second attempt. Carla here.
What are your thoughts going into lifting a first deadlift where maybe you do have a chance to pull for a podium, but you're obviously not pulling for your podium necessarily on the first one. You know you're going to have to hit that second or that third one to pass people. How do you manage just doing the first one?
Yeah, I mean, I really like to play my my deadlift opener pretty conservative, you know, regardless of where I'm at, you know, just for me to be able to just get on the board. But I feel like if I was in the position where I could podium, you know, I just feel like it's just a lot of just sticking to the game plan and being patient. You know, obviously, if your squat and bench have put you in that position to podium, I believe your deadlift should as well, as long as everything goes to plan.
Yeah, I mean, usually if you are in a podium-esque position after squat and bench, it probably indicates that you're also a pretty good deadlifter. A lot of people who are good at squat are also good at deadlift, so if they were able to bench as well, they should probably be able to get that third lift. Sometimes you will see that people come in for that third deadlift that are deadlift specialists that maybe are coming from behind.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see if we have any of those today.
That is one of the interesting things here, is that maybe their subtotal isn't up to par with the rest of the competition, but come deadlift, you know, they're one of the last ones to go, and it just shoots them straight into a higher position.
Yeah, you can definitely pass people with jumps on deadlift if you have a high enough lift. On bench, it's a little bit harder to pass people because a lot of people will bench within a couple kilos of each other, 5'10", you know, but the spread on deadlift will be a lot bigger.
Yeah. Maddie here getting ready to pull 147.5 kilos for her second attempt.
And it looks like platform 1 should be getting started really soon. They got like 30 seconds maybe.
Yeah. Alexis here, 115 kilos for her opener deadlift.
Real nice tight pull. Walks off casually.
I personally do the same, you know, if I feel like a lift's pretty undeniable, I'll just walk off without seeing the lights, but.
Yeah, let the lift do the talking.
Yeah.
And you probably, on your first or second lift, you don't want to exert too much of that energy celebrating an opener versus, you know, the emotions will start to ramp up as we move to second and third attempts, as they should.
Especially, you know, if you see a puller pull and from like maybe like a 7th place position to go into the podium, so.
Yeah.
Cameron here weighing 157.5 kilos for her second deadlift on platform 2. Good grind there on platform 2. 157.5 kilos.
Yeah, on platform 2, that 157.5 was our last second deadlift of the flight, and they'll move right onto those third deads of the day. And as they move into those third deadlifts and that placement, potentially, I know when they are receiving their awards, they don't just get medals this year. There's prizes too. You know what the prizes are?
Really? What is it?
They're giving out sour strips to all the winners.
Really?
Yeah, they're a sponsor this year, so they're passing those out to the winners and also the people helping back here. So I got some.
Yeah, I'm kind of munching on some here right now. You know, I'm personally a fan. You know, we actually sell them at TSS too, so that's one of the cool things. It's good to munch on during your lifts.
Sent a picture to my brother of the package they gave me, and he sent me back a text. He was like, jealous. But
yeah, it's always, you know, I personally like chewing on them in between, like, you know, my squat reps I practice or something like that.
Yeah.
Always a good snack to have.
I have to save mine until after I compete on Sunday, but after that, or even maybe during, just a little bit of sugar during the lift rush, competition isn't bad. But, yeah, got to make sure we make weight first, so.
Lauren here with 127.5 kilos for her opening attempt. And as we get into our third deadlifts here on platform 2, you know, a lot of lifters might be keeping an eye on, you know, the totals. And, you know, if you do come weigh in at a lighter total and you tie someone, you do get the nod, you know, over them in placement.
The final tiebreak, if the total is the same, is body weight.
Yeah.
Last year we had a tie in one of the categories that was broken by 0.04 of a kilo.
Really? Yeah.
Yeah. And those same lifters, actually, this is a plug for you all to come back tomorrow, session 1, are competing in the men's equipped 75. The champion and second place finisher from last year tied on body weight, or tied on total, and were broken by body weight.
Yeah. Will Eckford, he had the world record squat that last year.
Nice. Yeah, this is kind of tough. You go in and you squat the world record and you finish second.
Yeah, it's really a heartbreaking way to go out if you do go out like that, just unfortunately losing to a tie based on body weight.
Yeah. And 3 white lights on 3 for Chloe, moving to Carla at 112.5.
Sabrina here with 100 kilos for her opener on platform 1. Good attempt for platform 4 for Sarah, 3 white lights.
And you'll see as we move to deadlift and we get more into the lifts, you'll kind of see Gino, our favorite announcer too, kind of getting more into it as well.
Yeah. It's good to have Gino out here to get the crowd riled up.
Yeah.
Very tall man.
He is tall, yes. It's a good thing he's an announcer, because being that tall would be hard to powerlift.
Yeah, you will see him, come across some of the screens here.
Yeah. Every once in a while you see him bench on Instagram. He's not bad, actually.
Yeah. Great fits, too.
For sure.
Erin here about to take 145 kilos for her third attempt to go into that podium position of 5th place. Good lift there for Erin. So right now she'll be sitting in 5th place.
Good. Yeah, but like we said, that is that flight, that is that lower seated flight. So there's a lot of 60 kilo lifters left to go that maybe haven't lifted yet. That's why she's in 5th place. If you notice online, she's projected to finish that in that 19th, 20th range. So still a very respectable finish, and she will likely get team points, which is important. It just might not be the 5th place team points.
Yeah. That's like I said, with those multiple flights, it's kind of hard to see where you're really at until the meet's really done.
Yeah. Especially these people that are in there's 2 flights per session, and so these people that are in that first flight that maybe they have lifters in that second flight in the same weight class, it can be hard to know where they are.
Sophia here excited after that third pull, 150 kilos from the University of Oregon.
Well-deserved excitement for those 3 white lights.
Julia here on platform 2 taking 150 kilos for her final attempt. Good pull there.
Strong pull indeed.
There's Gino, the man we're talking about on platform 2.
She has earned her 3 white lights.
Lynn here on platform 1 with 110 kilos to open.
All these deadlifts are looking strong so far. We've only got a couple misses so far. On platform 3, we don't have any. We'll see if Sophia can keep that successful streak going on 3 with 127.5.
Valeria here with a good pull on platform 3. I mean 2, I apologize about that. 152.5 kilos, 3 white lights. 2 Sophia's about to go right next to each other on platform 3 and 4.
Yeah. Looked like a good left on 3.
Yeah.
And it is indeed. As she saunters off. well deserved for her efforts there, of course.
Very fast opener there on platform 4, Sophia, 117.5 kilos. You know, speaking about like weigh-ins and stuff, like personally, what do you like to eat, like to recomp after a weigh-in?
Okay, I have kind of a stupid superstition.
Yeah.
Every time before I go to lift a PR, I have to eat a bagel earlier in the day.
Okay.
So after I weigh in, I'll eat a bagel with strawberry cream cheese.
Yeah.
That's just, and then just other than that, it varies. I don't think the bagel's the most optimal sense of nutrition. I mean, there's better options, but
I mean, it is a little bit of carbs.
sure, yeah. We'll usually have some sugar and stuff after weigh in too as well, and drink some electrolytes, rehydrate yourself. How about you?
You know, I like to go with a little steak and rice, you know, a little protein, you know, a little bit of carbs. You know, that's something that, another thing too is that I like to keep the same, you know, on my recomp meals as well, you know, water and, you know, electrolytes as well.
Yeah. And it's hard because you want to replenish yourself as much as possible, but you also don't want to like eat too much or drink too much and have to pee the whole time.
Yeah, I kind of have a tendency to be using the bathroom a lot during competition, so.
Sure, yeah. And I mean, we did talk about like making sure we have those electrolytes and stuff. We are sponsored this year, USA Powerlifting Collegiate Nationals, by LMNT, which is a electrolyte salt-based company that some lifters will choose to use similar products to help make sure they have those electrolytes and can be hydrated.
Yeah. I personally have tried it, and I believe I tried it, and it was, you know, it's pretty good. You know, I'm a big fan of, like, you know, having electrolytes, especially after weigh-ins. You know, it's always good to have that salt come back.
Yeah, they were passing out samples yesterday at registration, and so we might have to try it on Sunday after we weigh in.
Yeah.
Chloe's going to come out for her third attempt here. Let's hope for a strong 115.
Cameron here getting ready to take 165 kilos on platform 2.
And she is the last lifter of this flight. Come on.
Good grind on platform 2.
Fight.
And she locks it out. Let's see what the
gets it up.
say.
I think maybe a little hitch.
Yeah, maybe from the. Yeah. Unfortunately, that is a no lift for a hitch there.
But as a lifter, you'd much rather get it up still and get called with the red card versus the yellow failure to complete the lift. You know it was close. We're going to come back and hit it next time.
Brene here on platform 1 to take 102.5 kilos. Fast opener from Olivia on platform 4. Chloe walking up to take 115 kilos on platform 3.
Come on, Chloe. Come on. Good. That's a clean lift. And a hard fought for 3 white lights for her.
Little celebration there at the end.
Likely going to hug the coach.
Yeah.
Not sure who's handling her today, Freddie or Chevy, but one of them.
Shout out to the handlers too, you know, they play a big part in how these athletes do. Kylie here walking up to take 137.5 kilos on platform 4. Carla taking 120 kilos on platform 3.
Solid with that 137.5. Open with over 300. Unfortunately, just not there to come off the ground today for Carla. It's all right, though. Had a good day, recorded a total, and did get that second deadlift in, so that'll count towards that total.
And we'll see where she sits after the next, I believe, is there another flight on platform 3? Or is it coming up on platform 2?
Platform 3 does have another flight, yes.
Okay. Yeah. Good fast attempt on platform 2.
Pioneer is really one of the only companies that makes those
Yeah.
the powerlifting approved sparkle belts.
I used to use a Pioneer belt. Unfortunately, it did get stolen. But
stolen?
It was by far my favorite belt, though, for sure.
What do you use now?
I switched to SPD.
Okay.
Yeah. I went for a 10. Is it millimeter?
Yeah.
It's not as thick as the 13, but yeah.
It doesn't come off the ground for Sarah on 4, unfortunately.
What kind of belt do you use?
I have a Pioneer sparkle belt. Poor commentators looks like he's getting made fun of by his teammates as they walk past.
No, it's spotter and loader there that I worked with earlier in the day.
Gotcha. You know, something that's unique about powerlifting as opposed to other sports, and I noticed this in the very first competition I ever did, is that athletes from different teams will cheer each other on because we all just want to see good lifting.
Yeah.
Obviously, we cheer for our own teammates more, but we're always cheering for the success of just all the lifters in general.
Yeah,
like I said, you want to see those national records get broken. You want to see people hit their PRs and get excited.
Yeah, and even like spotting and loading, being on the platform, you know, we cheer on everybody. You know, it's just one of those things.
Yeah, at the state meet in South Dakota, something that's really cool is all the lifters will come and circle around the platform. And you can't do that at nationals, obviously, because you can only have one person on the platform. But at South Dakota, there'll be 40 people around the platform just screaming at you.
Yeah.
Really makes you want to get that lift.
Yeah. I personally like to have I like to feed off the energy of the crowd when it comes for a big PR.
Yeah.
Isabella here taking 150 kilos for her opener on platform 3.
Sometimes the crowd energy can kind of act as like a mental smelling salt.
Yeah. I personally am not a fan of smelling salts, but
I don't use them either, but some of my teammates do.
Ashley here taking 155 kilos on platform 3 for her opener. Abigail taking a 10 key jump from her opener on platform 2, 150, 160 kilos.
And on platform 4, I believe that will be a good lift for Anastasia, and it is. So a great way to end her day, hitting 3 for 3 on the deads.
You know, like you mentioned before, you know, you're going to see big jump ranges in between, you know, deadlift and squat compared than you would on bench, you know, especially like more on deadlift. You know, you might see somebody open pretty light and jump like maybe 20 keys, you know. It's just it's like a lift where, you know, you're able to make those kind of jumps.
Yeah, and deadlift, a lot of the lifters are going to open and try and get that, like the top 25 placement. And then their second lift might be a little bit harder, trying to move up towards that extra bonus points range. And then that third lift might be pulling for a medal. So you're going to make whatever jumps you need to pull for the spot you think you can get.
Yeah, and like you said, you know, these handlers are keeping an eye on the LiftingCast, you know, adjusting what jumps may be needed for the third attempts from their seconds.
Yeah, and every lifter does come in with a plan of, I want to hit this, but those plans change.
Yeah.
I don't know how many competitions I've actually done that I've followed the plan exactly. I think 0, honestly.
Especially like your deadlift specialists, as we mentioned, you know, they might come out and try to, you know, make an attempt change, you know, make a big pull for that third, you know, for their third lift.
Yeah.
Mackenzie here, platform 4, 2 white lights.
We are on third attempts on platform 1, so watch for them to hit their new PRs potentially.
Annika here on platform 3 to take 165 kilos for her opener.
Yeah, on platform 4, we have Estelle trying to pull 137.5 for her last attempt.
Pretty unique setup there for Estelle on platform 4. A little bit of hook grip there.
And you can see it really clear on deadlifts. All these athletes have on that green wristband.
Yeah.
That's not anything special. That's just letting them back into the warm-up area.
Yeah.
Taylor on 2, 165.
Good second attempt on platform
Yeah,
2.
pretty solid. She'll be happy with that, and she'll probably likely pull for a medal.
That's another thing too, getting your second attempt, especially if you're able to get like in that medal position, you know, it just gives you more confidence and more of like a drive to get out there on that third to pull and, you know, verify that medal position. Karen here on platform 2, beltless deadlift attempt.
That's impressive.
Yeah, I personally can't go over like maybe 2 reds without a belt, so
Yeah.
it's one of those options that these lifters have.
I usually start putting on a belt at about maybe 75%.
Yeah.
For whatever the given rep max is for the number of reps I'm trying to do.
Good grind here on platform 1 for Peyton. And the judges say 3 white lights. Fast third attempt for Olivia on platform 4. 142.5 kilos. Speaking of,
She went the wrong way. She has to leave the other direction.
I know some athletes like to train deadlift, like some reps and sets beltless for deadlift. I guess that helps a little bit with your brace and core work.
I do like to do a lot of my training lifts and the lighters, and all my warm-ups will all do beltless,
Yeah.
just because I think it helps remind you to actually brace against the belt
Yeah.
when you train without it, and you kind of recognize what it's like with the belt not there.
Yeah. Emily here pumped up for her third deadlift, 142.5 key.
Yeah, and so on platform 2, we will be headed right into our third deadlifts after Isabel tries to pull a 185. That is over 400 pounds.
Yeah, and like you mentioned before, this is the flight that we believe we'll get most of our podium from. So it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, how, you know, these lifters pick their third attempts and who hits and who misses.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a dogfight.
Yeah. Good lift there on platform 2 for Isabel. And that'll bring us to our third attempts. Joy here taking 107.5 kilos for her opener. Jennifer here, if this pull is successful, she will jump from 12th place to 7th. So that's pretty interesting to see. Gino here on platform 1. Introducing Olivia, who's going to take 107.5 kilos on.
Good on 1. All right, so we are on those final attempts as we talked about on platform 2. Starting with Jennifer at 145. She has gone up after missing her second one.
Fast opener on platform 1 for Addie. Nice
And
third
perfect
attempt.
decision to make that 2.5 jump. That looked like right about a good max for her.
And it seemed to pay off, so. As of right now, she'll jump to the 7th place position. Ashley here going to take 157.5 kilos for her third. Annabelle here taking 127.5 kilos on platform 3.
She fights and locks it out.
I believe it should be a good lift there.
You are correct. It is indeed with 3 white lights for Ashley.
Fast opener for Addie on platform 1. Good third attempt on platform 2 from Ashley. Fast second attempt on platform 3.
Too tough to pull for Kylie on 4. Something that is of note, if you might not know a lot about the different lifting positions, is when you lift sumo versus conventional. The sumo lift is harder to get off the ground and easier to lock at the top.
Yeah.
And the conventional is easier to get off the ground and harder to lock at the top. So a lot of the times some of the times when the sumo lifters fail, it's just because of that sumo position. It does make it harder to get off the ground just from that different stance.
Yeah. And to lead off deadlifts here on flight, I believe.
The second flight.
Yeah, the second flight on platform 4. We have Kylie taking 125 kilos. Good lift. Anna Marie here, 162.5 kilos. For her third attempt.
And Katie did not change from the pink. She was elected to stay.
To stay in the pink. Yeah.
Yes.
Fast opener for Katie.
Very solid, yes.
Sarah here taking 165 kilos for her third attempt. A 5 kilo jump from her second.
Yeah.
To pull for 12th place.
Moving from 14th to 12th potentially. No lift on platform 3.
Platform 4, we have Julie here taking 130 kilos.
And you probably can't hear it on the live stream, you just get to hear us, but if you were wondering, Gino is singing.
They are playing good music here today, I will say that.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, the music is doing better than last year. Last year at Collegiate Nationals, they, in my opinion, essentially played the same playlist 4 days in a row, and I was kind of tired of it by the end of the weekend. Yeah. But so I guess we'll have to see if they change it up between the days this year.
Trinity about to go take 122.5 kilos for her opening lift on platform 1. Mackenzie here with 165 kilos.
She locks it out.
Locks it out. I believe there's a hitch that they will be called. Yeah, unfortunately that is a no lift for hitch, but a very good grind for her third attempt.
Good on her for finishing it and not giving up. All right, now we have Brianna, who's looking to finish 6th possibly.
Yeah, and if she is successful, she could bump up into that podium position of 5th place. Good lift on platform 4 first. Unfortunately, no, not there for Brianna.
You know, she's one of the first lifters that I've seen today on the deadlift that actually dropped the bar versus just like putting it back on the ground.
Sometimes that can lead to a DQ.
Kenzie on 4. Snappy 135 opener.
Abigail taking 167.5 kilos to move to 7th place on platform 2. Alyssa about to take 125 kilos for her opening deadlift on platform 1. Good third on platform 2. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Abigail. Olivia here awaiting 170 kilos for her last attempt on deadlift to move her from the 4th place position to the 3rd. There is an attempt change in progress also on platform 2. You'll see on the screen behind her.
So what that means is one lifter is going to try and change their attempt in order to pass another lifter for a specific spot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't know exactly who's making that attempt change until it is submitted, but the lifting order will likely change.
That's where those deadlift specialists come out. Tyler Martin here taking 140 kilos for her opening deadlift on platform 4. Very fast. 3 white lights on platform 4. Platform 1, Krista taking 125 kilos for her opener, which moves fast. No lift for Taylor on platform 2.
Sorry, Taylor's gonna come out actually and do that 170.
To stay in the 3rd place position.
Yeah. So this 170, like Julian said, will keep her in 3rd, earning her potentially that All-American status. And she is projected to stay in 3rd, even after the other lifters would lift should she make this attempt.
Yeah. These are some pretty big deadlifts, you know, for the 60 kg class on platform 2.
Yeah. It's almost triple body weight, and it will be triple body weight as we move to the end of the flight.
Yeah. I believe I don't know if there's a delay on platform 2.
It might be because of that attempt change. If they had to redo that lifting order a little bit, they got to sort out some of that confusion back there.
Yeah. Especially with the attempt changes, you know, I believe you're only allowed to go up, and you're not allowed to take less that's on the bar, I believe.
Yeah, you can lower your attempt as long as it's more than what's currently on the bar.
Yeah.
So, like, if you're lifting after somebody, you can lower that. But
yeah, a lot of times you'll see these.
Good for Taylor.
Yeah, good for Taylor. A lot of times you'll see these
ma'am.
athletes, they'll put a placeholder deadlift, you know, and then make an attempt change, you know, like you mentioned before, to pull for a certain position.
And so Taylor will finish 3rd.
In that All-American position.
Yes. Good for her.
Caitlin here taking 172.5 kilos to pull from 9th place to 7th. 380 freedom units. Annika here about to take 180 kilos on platform 3 for her 2nd attempt. We got Gina here on platform 4 from Stanford taking 152.5 kilos for her opener. Not there on the day for Olivia on platform 1. Caitlin here. See what the judges say. No lift for Caitlin on platform 2.
I think she just didn't get it all the way up. I doubt it if she got the down command on that.
Annika with a grind on platform 3. Let's see if she can. I believe she's locked out. Let's see what the judges think. 180 kilos. No lift. No. Unfortunately, no lift.
And she gets all 3 light colors, which is a little bit of a rarity in powerlifting, but it does happen. So Karen here is currently in 10th place. She's looking to pull into 8th place. That unfortunately will not happen today, but she clearly has a phenomenal deadlift, and I'm sure she will hit that in the next competition.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, you know, some people are just like deadlift specialists.
Yeah.
Sarah here waiting to take 180 kilos for her final attempt to stay in that final podium position in 5th place.
Yeah, and nobody will be knocking her out of 5th place, so I believe she's already secured 5th place regardless on this, which probably explains just that 2.5 jump. Doesn't have to defend that.
Lily Beth here on platform 1 to take 120 kilos, 7.5 key jump from her opener. Good pull on platform 2. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights to stay in the 5th place position. Madison Rock here taking 187.5 kilos.
It's our second to last lifter for the women today on that platform. And she has secured 1st place, barring a super drastic, highly unlikely attempt change from Isabel.
Yeah. Ooh. Unfortunately, almost had it there, Madison.
Pulls so hard, passes out. It happens. They're going to take her belt off, probably elevate her legs a little bit, restore some of that blood flow,
Yeah.
and she'll be fine. Nerve-wracking, however, probably for Isabel, who has to wait now longer for her final attempt. You turn our attention over to platform 3. They're on their thirds there with Annabelle trying to hit 135.
Almost has it, but unfortunately just not there on the day.
Yeah, I think it was maybe her grip was failing a little bit, so she just put it down.
She did. Isabel here to take 190 kilos, our heaviest deadlift for our women's raw 60 kg on platform 2. If she pulls this, she will stay in that second place position. Yeah.
We know she wants this. Let's see if she can hit it under pressure.
Katie, good attempt on platform 4, 137.5 kilos. Ella taking 140 for her final attempt. And it is a grind. Unfortunately, not quite there.
She did miss that first lift as well, but she got her second, so she records the total for the day.
Kylie making a 12.5 key jump to 137.5 on platform 4. Isabel with a good grind on platform 2. Let's see what the judges think.
I don't know. Did she drop it a little early?
Unfortunately, I believe that is the case.
I think she started dropping it before the down command. It was close, though.
Yeah, she did. But she is going to still stay in that second place position.
Yeah. Earning that silver medal national runner-up title and that All-American status.
Yeah.
And platform 2 has concluded lifting for this session and will reset for session 3.
Yeah. Alyssa here to take 132.5 kilos on platform 1. Sydney Clark here to good second attempt on platform 4. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Julie here walking up to take 140 kilos on platform 4. Taylor here. Good second attempt on platform 1. Caitlin to take 152.5 kilos, bumping up even after she didn't get her second attempt. If she gets this, she'll move from the 8th place to 6th place position.
Unfortunately, she did not get that. Just wasn't there strength-wise today.
Lexi to take a 10 kilo jump. Pretty consistent jumps, actually. 10 kilos all the way to her third attempt of 162.5. If she gets this, she will stay in the 6th place position.
And on 4, Manami made a 10 kilo jump as well from that 130 to 140 for her second attempt.
As well as platform 1, a 10 kilo jump from Krista. Taking 135 in a
big fight from Lexi off the floor, but then gets stuck again halfway up. So unfortunately, that's a no lift today. Easy lift on 4. On 4, we have Kenzie stepping up to 142.5. Looking for a strong pull here. Strong for Ken's. Good job.
Peyton here taking 142.5 kilos on platform 1. Good second attempt there. I believe it should be 3 whites. And the judges agree. Isabella here to take 165 kilos for her third attempt. And she'll move from the 4th to 3rd place position.
Yeah. Looking to bump herself up to that next spot. She will have a lifter that is trying to take that 3rd place position back that lifts after her, but that lifter, if she makes this lift, will also have to make their lift to bump her back down.
Yeah.
That's where the numbers game comes. Strong lift for Olivia on 1.
Good lift on platform 4 for Kristen. Isabella does get 3 white lights and will finish in, I believe, was it 4th?
She has moved into 3rd.
No, moved from the 4th
Could
to the
get
3rd
moved back
position.
down to 4th if one of our lifters a little bit later in the flight does make her lift.
Yeah. Tyler Martin here with 150 kilos on platform 4 for her second attempt. Fast second attempt there for Tyler. Ashley here on platform 3 to take 170 kilos for her last attempt. If successful, she will stay in that 5th place position. She breaks the floor good. Let's see if she could grind it out. Unfortunately, she's just not there on the day.
She did have a top 5 qualifying total, so we'll see.
Reva to take 155 kilos. There is that cool team logo there.
Oh, the fighting chicken that we were talking
Yeah.
about. What school is that? That's South Carolina. Okay.
Sophia here to take 157.5 kilos on platform 4 for her second attempt. Annika here to retake 180 kilos. If she gets this, it'll go into the third place position. Yeah, as mentioned, Annika will move from the 4th to the 3rd place position if she is successful for this lift. Another Midland athlete on platform 4, Jessica, to take 160 kilos.
Yeah, and it looks like Jessica is currently in 2nd.
Yeah, it's kind of cool they're going out at the same time there. Platform 1, we got a grind there from Joy. Unfortunately, not able to get it.
And Jessica made that look very easy.
Yeah.
I think she'll jump up 10 and easily get her 3rd.
Annika almost had it there on platform 3, unfortunately unable to lock it out. Platform 4, we have Megan. Platform 1, we have Trinity taking 132.5 kilos.
Just not off the ground there for Megan. It's a tough pull. You kind of get to this point in the day and you're a bit tired and just kind of exhausted.
Yeah, Gino honing a Raging Cajun sign on platform 3.
Calling for some hype from those Louisiana Lafayette fans. Cheering for their lifter.
On platform 4, we have Gina taking 165 kilos. Platform 1, we have Cassandra taking 132.5 kilos.
And on platform 3, it does look like we have an American record attempt from Amanda with 193.5. And she unfortunately did not get that. And that will end our deadlifts for the day on platform 3 for this session. Gina gets that down command.
Platform
and
1
3
we have
white lights to follow.
Platform 1 we have Taylor taking 137.5 kilos. The LiftingCast might be a little behind here. Good grind for Taylor, but unfortunately not there on the day.
Tell you, these athletes pick up the bar and they get it stuck at their knees and they think, crap, because they do not want to put that bar back down.
Yeah. Sometimes it works just to keep pulling, and sometimes they get it.
3 white lights on platform 4.
We're getting the third attempts on platform 4, opening up with Sydney taking 145 kilos for her opener. Or for her third attempt, I'm sorry. Platform 1, we have Nyrell taking 137.5 keys. See what the judges say. 3 white lights. There might be a delay here on platform 4. I don't know what's going on over there. Platform 1, we have Alyssa taking 137.5 kilos for her third and final deadlift. Actually, I'm sorry, not Alyssa, Kaylee.
On 4, it looks like they are moving to deadlift 3 for their top of the flight for deadlift 3. As they just kind of clean and prep the platform for the next lifter.
Callie here on platform 1 to take 142.5 kilos for her third attempt.
And platform 1 has more of those women's 60 raw and women's 56 raw.
Sydney here getting ready to take 145 kilos for her third attempt. Big grind on platform 4 here. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Sydney, and well deserved.
Yes, she fought so hard for that. And it's impressive to not just be able to fight through that, but to be able to have the patience and knowledge to fight through it cleanly.
Yeah. Like you said, and as you saw, it was really right at the top. She got stuck there, and for her to stay with it, well deserved third attempt there.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get stuck at the top and have to leave that platform thinking, oh man, all I had to do was pull my shoulders back, but it's a lot harder than it sounds.
Yeah. Kaylee here excited as she takes 140 kilos. I'm sorry.
Who's Ava?
It was Ava. Yeah, we seem to be having issues on platform 4 here. Might be a problem with the LiftingCast on their end.
And the bar on platform 4 is
Ava with 3 white lights.
Loaded for Mackenzie.
Peyton here.
Trying to pull into the top 10, pulling into 10th.
Peyton here is going to have our final deadlift on platform 1 with 150 kilos.
And she gets that lift, nice and strong, good clean lift.
Next, we're going to have Katie taking 147.5 kilos. And if successful, she'll move from that 6th place to the podium position of 5th place. Katie did have a very good subtotal going into deadlift here.
Yeah, so she's trying to just deadlift enough to uphold that subtotal that she had because she has that impressive, amazing bench.
Yeah. Big grind, big grind.
Fighting. And just misses it, unfortunately.
Still very good meet for Katie there. Platform 1 has concluded lifting for our second session of day 1.
And so with that conclusion, we are done on both Platform 1 and Platform 2 for this session, but Platform 1 and Platform 2 will return with a fresh group of athletes for the next session, featuring athletes from the men's Raw 60 and 67.
I'm actually quite excited for that men's Raw 67.5. You know, first and second place are only separated by 5 keys coming in before. I don't know what their openers have them now, but
yeah.
You know, we're going to have Michael Slavic, who was our equipped national CNATS lifter champion, from last year, you know, switching over to Raw, so that will be very interesting.
You mentioned that 67.5 has that 5-key separation for that next session. So does the men's Raw 60 has that.
Yeah.
It has a 10, so that's pretty close there too. And the third place lifters there are tied. So.
Yeah. Almost prime time, as one would say.
Yeah, it is prime time,
yeah.
honestly. And that session with that prime time lifting will start at 6:30 local, so in about an hour from now.
Yeah. I've actually never lifted this late, so that's kind of interesting. You know, usually my meets are in the morning.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah. You know, it kind of does. It might play a little toll on the lifter, though, if they do lift that night, because they do have to weigh in a little later in the day.
Mm-hmm. At a local meet, even if you're in the second or third flight, you're still going to weigh in right away with everybody else, and so you can kind of have that luxury of that morning weigh-in, but the nighttime weigh-ins are rough.
Yeah, especially if you're cutting it really close, you know, you're going to have to kind of go the whole day.
We've got a couple teammates that are in that men's 60 category, and one of them has been a little bit hangry all day. Her reports. Yeah. Yeah, so for those of us watching the live stream for Platforms 1 and 2, we want to thank you for joining us for this session. We hope you will be back at some other point during our Collegiate Nationals this weekend, as there's tons of amazing lifting left yet to happen tonight and for the next 3 days as well. And thank you for joining us, and thank you for watching some amazing lifting.
Platform 4 here, we have